All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a wonderful weekend. It is January 12th, 2026, our first full week back, and man, do we have a lot in store. You are going to get a bunch of Fed speakers. You get the CPI tomorrow. You got a bunch of policy over the weekend. You got the JP Morgan Health Conference. And even then, a lot of people aren't talking about it. There is a G7 financial ministers meeting regarding rare earths. But then last night, it was actually a little bit late. It was pretty crazy. Jerome Powell posted a very rare message on the Federal Reserve page, and he was discussing that the DOJ is giving him a probe regarding all of that drama that we were talking about a little bit last year. If you remember what preceded Donald Trump visiting the Fed building, there was that whole debacle about whether or not Jerome Powell lied under oath. Now, he came out and he started talking about how it's a political attack and saying it is partisan, and all because he is not cutting rates. Now, this is very fascinating because it is unprecedented. You've never seen anything like this, especially regarding Powell, who has been pretty reserved, and he likes to ignore a lot of the drama over the last 8 years, and he kind of just does his thing. So for him to kind of come out, that was very interesting. You have not heard from Donald Trump. You've heard from a lot of other people, but Donald Trump has not commented on it. Our first full week back, and man. But there's a lot of things about it that were pretty odd, and then it has to do with where the bonds are at right now. So the reaction, kind of decent. You're down 0.5%. Some people are calling this muted. I mean, you would have expected that the bonds would have reacted a little bit more, but I'm sure throughout the rest of the day, with all these other events, we are going to get quite the reaction. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're feeling good. I hope you are ready for this glorious morning. But, my friends, are you ready? How you doing, baby? Good morning. What up, Humble Business? What up, Big Dumb Animal? Duke Stallone, Hydro, PNC, Caballero, Farmer, Jim, Tyree, baby. What's going on? What up, Argenis? What up, Eat and Run? You have a good weekend? What up, Swaffy, Devin, Uri, Miguel, Chad, Cleveland, Jackson, Tyler, A1, Lurker, Legal, Mr. Juve, Mike, Eat, baby, Tony Garlinger, The Strong Term, Rick, Crystal, Kentology. What up, baby? Happy Monday. Hey, Sal, oh my goodness, EB, Cousin Gazo, Jackson, Tyler, what up, baby? What up, Most Dog? What up, Bro Dog? Mr. Malone, Candace, Cowboy Caliente, The Destroyer, Mimsy, Godfather, Strategy, Mr. Tim Whitman, baby, how you living? For your head tap, Malcolm, good morning, Chattadonia. What up, Kurt McGurr? What up, Omar? How you doing, Dr. James Cash? Oh my goodness, so Chattadonia, God bless you. If I missed you, no worries. We got to get through the news. There's actually a lot. I have a lot on the document. I got a lot of different plays, a lot of different info, and I encourage you to lock in, baby. Oh, lock in many, many ways. So here is Josh AI with the news. Good morning.
Federal prosecutors investigate Fed Chair Powell over testimony to Congress on HQ revamp. Link Axios, NY Times, FT. Trump's probe of Powell signals presidential overreach. Warns future Fed chairs of political risks. Link. Sources say Bill Pult pushed for subpoena of Powell. Bloomberg. Move draws backlash from lawmakers. Politico. Markets. Sell America sentiment hits markets as Trump escalates attacks on Fed independence. Bloomberg, Reuters. Gold hits record high as Fed independence fears spike amid Powell probe, FT, CNBC. Wall Street makes bullish economic bets. Signs of optimism include retail stocks rally, stubbornly high bond yields. Link, Bloomberg. Bond investors favor short-term treasuries as job weakness keeps Fed cut expectations intact. Bloomberg. Asia tech stocks rally on AI demand, attractive valuations. Strategists expect further upside. Bloomberg. Geopolitics that Trump weighs options amid escalating Iran protests. Says Iran wants to meet. Axios, Bloomberg, FT, WAPO. A Trump administration to meet Danish officials about Greenland on Wednesday. CBS News. UK, France, Germany back NATO Arctic Sentry with U.S. forces to reassure Trump on Greenland security. London Times. Japan coalition partner signals a new stage as snap general election speculation grows. Reuters, FT, Corporate Trump demands credit card interest rates capped at 10% for 1 year. Sets 20 January deadline. Bloomberg, CNBC. Trump threatens to block ExxonMobil from Venezuela after CEO's skepticism about investing there. FT, Axios. Apple leads global smartphone market in 2025 with 20% share. Strong iPhone 17 sales. Reuters. Eli Lilly preparing €15 billion bid to acquire French biotech Abivax. Reuters. Allegiant to acquire Sun Country for $1.5 billion, consolidating 2 budget carriers. Axios, New York Times. Wall Street banks on track for best investment banking year since pandemic as fee revenue soars. FT. Reinvention of U.S. shopping malls see high-end experiential centers thrive. Lower-tier malls face bankruptcy pressures. FT. Wind chiefs warn Trump's offshore wind lease suspension could chill global investor sentiment and projects. FT. Stellantis axes plug-in hybrid Jeep SUVs and Chrysler minivan amid EV slowdown and quality concerns. CNBC. BE Semiconductor reports Q4 order surge, driven partly by demand for data center applications. Link. Washington, Trump says he may veto bill extending Obamacare subsidies if Congress sends it to his desk. Bloomberg. Trade/tariffs, G7 ministers to meet in U.S. to coordinate rare earth supply diversification away from China. Bloomberg. China restarts soybean auctions after 3-week pause to clear storage while continuing U.S. purchases. Bloomberg. China appoints veteran negotiator as deputy representative for international trade negotiations. Reuters. Japan sends mining ship to survey rare earth-rich mud in a bid to reduce China reliance. Reuters. Beijing to improve export controls, strengthen legal framework this year. Bloomberg. U.S. ambassador says India and U.S. continue active trade deal talks. Next call on 13th January. Reuters. EU and China agree EV import deal. South China Morning Post. But chip feud intensifies. Bloomberg. EU and Mercosur clinch trade pact after 25 years, creating large free trade area. Bloomberg. Australia says will prioritize antimony, gallium, rare earths in $1.2 billion reserve to diversify supply chains. Reuters. Economy. REC/KPMG survey shows UK employers cut hiring again in December, adding to BOE concerns. Bloomberg. Australia household spending rises solidly in November, supporting economic momentum amid consumer activity. Reuters.
Reuters. There's more. S&P futures, they are down by 0.5. Monday morning trading comes after U.S. equities finished higher in the first full week of 26 trading, with all of the major indexes up over 1.5. Small caps at the big gainer, with Russell up over 4.5. Treasuries weaker with the curve steepening, yields up 3 to 4 basis points at the back of the curve. 10s around the key 4.20 level. Dollar is down by 0.4. Gold is up by 2.6. Silver is up by 7.6. And Bitcoin is up by 0.4, with WTI off by 0.3. Risk-off tone, the latest concern about Fed independence. Powell confirmed Feds received subpoenas from the Justice Department threatening a criminal indictment related to congressional testimony over HQ renovations. Also, more focus on White House affordability push and related Main Street versus Wall Street and state intervention themes as Trump called for a 1-year 10% cap on credit card rates. Continued ramp up in geopolitical tensions. Other big story with momentum behind anti-government protests in Iran and Trump comments about U.S. considering options to be briefed on Tuesday on potential targets. U.S. may also soon hit Russia with sanctions, while Rubio meeting with leaders from Denmark and Greenland this week. Pro-cyclical rotations broadening out trade, also high-profile early 26 theme, widely discussed on the street in the financial press. Busy week ahead with start of Q4 earnings season, December CPI, and lots of Fed speak. SCOTUS decision on IEEPA tariffs is also possible on Wednesday. Capital One, Synchrony, AXP, the big decliners on Trump's call to cap credit card rates at 10%. Visa and MasterCard also down. Some buy now, pay later names higher, including Affirm. Eli Lilly reporting to acquire France's Abivax for $17.5 billion. Walmart to be added to the NASDAQ 100, replacing AZN prior to the open on January 20th. Trump said leaning towards excluding Exxon from push to rebuild Venezuela. Energy Secretary CVX sees path to growth in Venezuela oil production by 50%. UNH reportedly under investigation in Senate over Medicare Advantage practices. EW won't proceed with deal to acquire GenValve technology due to regulatory opposition. Lulu guided Q4 EPS higher towards the high end of guidance. USFD reaffirmed full-year guidance. Murda announced preliminary full-year revenue towards high end and prior guide. Vive raised Q4 EPS forecast. Duolingo announced Q4 bookings at or above the high end of guidance, but a bit below the street. CFO Skarupa to step down. Burke pre-announced fiscal quarter one revenue a bit below consensus. A&F narrowly Q4 revenue and EPS guide range, seen revenue growth below the street. Shaq pre-announced Q4 revenue and comps below street. Boot positively pre-announced for Q3 and said Q4 off to a strong start. No economic data this morning. Treasury selling $58 billion of 3-year notes, $39 billion of 10-year notes. Fed Bostic and Barkin speak this afternoon, while Williams is in the evening. Tuesday brings NFIB small business optimism and CPI for December. When it comes to the latter, previews figured payback from government shutdown. Tuesday also brings $22 billion of 30-year bond sale. Musalem, Barkin, Fed speakers that day. November retail sales and PPI in December. Existing home sales highlights for Wednesday. Moran, Kashkari, Bostic, Williams all scheduled to speak. Initial claims January Philly Fed manufacturing and Empire State manufacturing surveys out on Thursday. In addition, Fed Barr, Barkin, and Schmidt on the calendar. December industrial production and January NHAB housing index cap off the week on Friday, along with comments from Fed Bowman and Fed Jefferson. There's more. There's a lot more, actually. So I have a lot. We got to get through this because I have a lot to go over, and there is a bunch of pre-market movers here. So good morning. Abivax up 21, Eli Lilly offer, Tem up 12, preliminary Q4 results, Teva is up by 5, guidance Royalty Pharma to provide $500 million, accelerate clinical development, ACAM up 4.7, Morgan Stanley upgrade, Klarna up 4.6 on the Trump capping of 10% on cap on credit card interest rates, ALB up 4.6, Scotiabank upgrade, Walmart up by Walmart putting goods on Google's Gemini as well as added to NASDAQ 100, Affirm is up by 3.5, same news on the credit cards, GH up 3.3, preliminary Q4, QXO up 3.2, upsize convertible preferred equity placement up to $3 billion. Myrna is up by 2. Preliminary results and guidance. Summit up by 1.3. Clinical trial collaboration with GSK to evaluate Ivoskamab. COP up by 1.2. Wells Fargo upgrade. Comcast 1.1. Bank of America upgrade. Sermal up 12. Nothing. Beam up 11.2. Alignment with FDA on potential accelerated approval pathway for Beam 302. ANIP up 10.8. Guidance. ADPT up 10.7 off guide. ANPA up 8. Completes acquisition of Step Distinctive Limited. LAR is up by 3.9. Scotiabank upgrade. SIFI up 3.3 off of earnings. USAR is up by 2.7, NVCR 2.5 preliminary results, SLNO up 2.1 preliminary Q4 results, APPN up 1.9 Morgan Stanley upgrade, BARK is up by 26, confirms receipt of preliminary non-binding indicative of take private proposal from Great Dane Ventures, BDSX is up by 22.9 off guidance, Dawn is up by 19 preliminary Q4 net product revenue, HYFT is up by 17, advances universal influenza program with a breakthrough functional insight, SNSY is up by 13.6, Allegiant to acquire cash and stock transaction implied by 18.889 share value. RXST is up by 13 preliminary Q4 results. IRIX 13 off guidance. RGNX is up by 10, issues 26 catalyst, new phase 1-2 functional data. CTKB is up by 9 off guide. IMMX up 6, file 750 mixed shelf. IVA is up by 6.6, Leerink outperform. SOPH up 6, guidance. B-Way up 6, FDA approval of Neuraleaf's ProLive neuromodulation system for major depressive disorder. ZBio is up by 6, CFO discloses buying 100,000 shares. Star is up by 5.2, $2 billion mixed shelf. XGN is up by 4.9 preliminary Q4 results. Fulcrum 4.4, JP Morgan overweight. KYTX up 3, outlines 26 strategic priorities. BNTC is up by 2.4, updates interim clinical data. Gold and silver trading higher off of the Federal Reserve. And then you also have metal and mining stocks up as well. That could be off the Greenland stuff. Trading lower, Excel down by 5, preliminary results. ALNY down 4, preliminary results. AMKR down 2.9. UBS downgrade. Snow down 2.4. Barclays downgrade. Crowd down 2.1. Key Bank downgrade. Adobe down 1.7. Goldman assumes sell. CoreWeave down 1.4. Goldman assumes neutral. Figure down 1.0. Reports December operating data. Stock down 17.8 off guidance. ANF down 16 off guidance. WGS down 9 preliminary results. Urban down 8 holiday sales results. APLS down 4.9 preliminary results. Duolingo down 4.3 CFO transition. SLM down 4.2 JP Morgan downgrade. GitLab down 3.6 Barclays downgrade. SHC down 3.2 off guide. Burke down 3 preliminary Q1 results. OMF down 2.6 JP Morgan downgrade. NUV down 1.9 Nuvation Bio and Issei enter exclusive licensing agreement for taletrectinib. DV down 1.5 Barclay downgrade. ATR CRA down 55, regulatory and business update on Ebvalo. OPAD down 15, prices 10 million share offering at 1.8. LXEO down 15, interim phase 1-2 trial. RLMD down 4.6, regulatory update confirming FDA alignment. SEV down 3.8, 17 million offering, and consumer finance stocks trading lower after Trump calls for 10% cap on interest rates. Chattadonia. Good morning. What time is it? All right, we got good time. I have a lot, bro. There is a lot to talk about. So we went over it a little bit here in the morning just to start off, but you should know Powell. So we're probably going to rant about this all day because that's what everybody is doing. It's a very big story. It's going to literally, if you don't remember, this all happened last year. That is when you started to see Jerome Powell and Donald Trump tour the building. The drama ignited, then it faded again. But yeah, in my opinion, he is guilty. It's nothing else. That's all there is, man. Lying under oath is lying under oath. I don't know how to put it to you, but like back in the day, man, I feel like people, when this type of shit would happen, they would more or less be along the lines of, "I'll let the investigation go through, and I'm sure my innocence will prevail," not coming out of nowhere saying that this is all because of political pressure. So I love you, Powell, but I'm sorry. This doesn't have to do with anything, and that's where everybody is going to be confusing this. A lot of people are already getting dramatic about it, and granted, it is unprecedented. Like we were saying, Jerome Powell is not a drama person, so for him to kind of come out, that's very odd, especially the timing, and we're going to talk a little bit about where bonds are at, but if you haven't noticed yet, Donald Trump has not said anything. He was going over the weekend, giving a lot of different updates, but he did not comment on this right now. So only Powell is the one who brought up this subpoena. Trump is pretty much acting like it hasn't happened or not, but the whole point is that this is throwing shade at the bonds right now. And again, you also have the next Fed chair, and here is the broader theme. Whether you agree with me or anybody else on this matter, all that matters is what happened last time. Do you guys remember last year where every single question was about Fed independence? That was even before we got into the whole renovation thing. And again, if you don't know, it was the clip, wasn't it, with was it Hakeem Jeffries? Or again, he was asked the question, and it was, again, we went over this many times. There's just, he unfortunately lied under oath about something, and you could play the back and forth with it, but the whole issue is that when this topic came up, it caused the Sell America trade. You guys remember that with the dollar, and people were like, sell America. And then again, we would laugh because like silver and AI in a lot of different ways, but this is really the big factor, I would call it. The sell America trade, all of this stuff happening, that's kind of the issue that you need to work for. And then go take note. The bonds, the long end is around 4.2. That is the danger zone that you want to be looking out for. So I'd keep your eyes out for this. I don't even think you're going to be able to get away from it in the next couple of days. You got a bunch of Fed speakers, and you're going to start hearing about this a lot more. So you could argue, you could get into all of it. I mean, but the fact of the matter is, Powell came out first, and Powell came out saying it's all politics. So that's the first part about it. But then the next part is that this is going to fuel the Sell America trade. That's why, bro, I sold my silvers on Friday. I took my 1,000%. I thought it was going to chill, but like, think about this. This was a very unprecedented event, and people are freaking out again. This is going to affect the dollar. It's going to affect the bonds, and this maybe we get our crazy trade of 2026 because it's going to start this Sell America narrative. That's what they used at the beginning of last year, and think about it, Sell America mixed in with the tariffs, that's how you got a lot of your dumb volatility that, again, a lot of it just never materialized until in terms of economic effects. So I would keep your eyes out for this. You're not going to be able to ignore it. Number 2, credit cards and midterm plays. So yeah, credit cards, we heard about it, but now think about American affordability. I already told you guys this year that it's going to be really dramatic here with the midterms in line. So I would be thinking about anything related to consumers, airlines, meat packing, rent, corporate housing, big box retailers, travel, lodging, events, anything consumer related. I would be on the lookout for some sort of policy, either immediately or as we start getting through the next couple of weeks here, as this is starting to become a big focus of the administration. So that's what we got here. We'll see how all the credit card companies, whether or not they have a follow through or bounce. And now here is a bunch of plays, you guys. JP Morgan Health Conference. So Eli Lilly and Abivax, that was the big buyout this morning. We'll see if Eli Lilly ends up going up. We'll even see Abivax is already up by 27%. But this is in in order of earliest to latest. There's some already. All these like guidance updates that's coming out of the JP Morgan Health Conference, but pretty much from like 11 a.m. Eastern all the way until like the end of the day. And remind me near close, because there's like a whole nother list of companies that have events at this conference later in the evening when the market is closed. You might be able to get some front runs on theirs, but BBio, LMRI, Maze, Biohaven, you might just want to take a screenshot of this. And then again, if you don't know the strategy around this, if you pretty much watch any of these start to go crazy, you will be prepared. AKA, you might watch a 2-5% pop. There won't be a headline, but if it's on this list right now at 6 a.m., I wrote this down at like 4 a.m., then yeah, you're probably going to know what's going on. So keep your eyes out for that. That's going to be another big catalyst today. The other one, it's kind of related, gene editing. The gene editing stocks got positive news. FDA announced that they're going to be making a change to account for like the uniqueness of the trials, aka just going to be easier for gene editing to get approval and to get some of these studies started. So a couple of them are going to be reporting there at the JP Morgan Health Conference, but this is also kind of an underlying catalyst. So keep your eyes out on the gene editing stocks. There is a lot of Fed speakers, CPI, policy, bank earnings. Again, we are back, baby. Last week we got the start middle of the week. We did get a little bit of excitement in terms of some like news headlines, but yeah, man, this is a first full week. A lot of people are returning back, and then now you also got to deal with your boy Powell and all this other drama. And then this is the weird one, G7 finance ministers. Like I was telling you, this is happening today. There's people all around the world. They're going to be discussing rare earths. So you have a meeting with Greenland tomorrow. A lot of these rare earth plays, they either got upgrades or they're back on, or they're like really running up. So keep your eyes out for this, because this could be another one. Again, if there wasn't as much weekend news, I think we would have been talking about this one. But now with everything going on, the flurry of headlines, again, you have events left and right today, even in terms of data this week. But keep your eyes out too, kind of in the same sense of those JP Morgan plays. If we do start to watch people kind of pop off, you should have some underlying context to what is going on. So watch out for that. Iran, this one, the data center former Bitcoin play. There's rumors going around with like Anthropic. I think it's a low quality rumor, but if it starts to lead this year, again, remember the whole America trade, again, the whole sell America trade in AI, this kind of comes into play. So keep your eyes out for that. And then Walmart and Google, that's what got it up, as well as Walmart getting added to the NASDAQ 100. This one already juiced up a little bit, but you might get a little bit more follow through. But Chad, there you go. There you go, baby. So that is all that I have for you in terms of your morning news. And we'll see. Yes, you guys are still on a delay. I'm pretty disappointed. I still had a lot of people complaining after last week. So I don't know why. We opened up the chat, but yeah, your delay is a little bit higher today. So that way, when we go back to the 1 minute, you might be able to appreciate it a little bit more. And the morning news, enjoy it while you can. I might be here on Mondays to give you it, because if you didn't notice, we went over pretty much the whole week in terms of what to expect. And then after that, we are going to be moving over to the locked in. But you guys are able to chat. Please use it to your best of your abilities and be wise. Don't get banned. Don't post plays without a reasoning. I don't really want the plays, but if you got a good reasoning, I could accept it. But if you have any questions, now is not the time, because I think we might as well get into it, baby. Oh, wait, where is it? I don't even have my American flag up, baby. You mean sell the dollar or sell American companies? Both, but it'll start with the dollar. So I don't know. Were you here last year? It was same exact thing happened. It happened around the tariff trade, the first time in like March to April, but then shortly after, it was like kind of middle of the year, especially when this drama with Powell unfolded and everybody kept talking about Fed independence. They started turning it into a sell the America trade. It did fuel up gold and silver. That was part of it. So it's kind of bullshit, because it's just everyone creating drama, and then they're going to start getting pretty bearish on both equities, but it starts with the dollar first. So very good question, but I'm telling you, if you really want to understand this, you got to really look back to last year, because you got a crash course in it. So I hope I could remind you guys about this early, because everybody's getting caught up in the drama. I'm already got people talking shit too about it. I'm telling you, it's a weird situation, but like I am telling you, I would focus on what it leads to, and that, my friend, is literally the sell America trade and that narrative. That is probably your most important factor of all of this. So that being said, speaking of America, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, before we chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we got to pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out, active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country for real. God bless you and thank all of you. Thank you for your service, even the sacrifice your families made. And for real, man, if anybody should be getting 10% say, owning the land, bro, I feel like it could be you guys, because you have already been trained. You have the discipline. It transfers over very, very great. So please take advantage of everything here. Again, a 60-second, 90, don't matter. None of that delay will ever get in your way. Seriously, go look at the long term, whether we raise the deposits or not, man. Y'all got an opportunity, and I'd love to help out. So you got to take advantage of it, and God bless every single one of you. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna. Oh, Chatadonia. Game time. Game time. Let's go. What time is it? Oh, we got 3 minutes. We got perfect time, baby. Oh, yeah. So are you ready? Are y'all ready, chat, or what? Are you ready? Okay. Game time. The Fed ramp market list? No, I don't. I feel like you're promoting shit. So, no. What are you talking about? The Fed futures? Otherwise, we've talked about that for 5 years. But no, man. Even then, we haven't used it. It's sad because haven't used the Fed futures in a minute with a lot of this drama that has been going up. Yeah, you got Barron's on there. But yeah, I don't know. That would have saved your decade. I feel like you're just pumping shit, Doc. So have a good morning. But yeah, Chad, we have a full week. I hope you guys could tell by all of the info that I've given you this morning. We kind of eased into it to begin, but I would like to return back to a locked-in environment. And that doesn't mean you got to buy anything, but I do expect some good work here. So please use the chat to your advantage and make the most of it. But I want y'all really about that life. And like I'm saying, man, you guys really get if you're tripping about 60 seconds still, even after some of how we started here, I think you're really missing the point. But I encourage you, man, get involved, because a lot of it, just like I'm saying, the Sell America trade, if you're really paying attention, that I'm giving you this days and weeks in advance. You're going to see it because people are going to react to it, especially as we get the other updates and see where it leads. So be very, very wise, my friend. And yeah, you could use some of the broader macro. That's not a second by second thing. You use that right now and it will serve you, my friends. It will serve you. But I need to go pee. So let's begin. I'll get you some music and let's go. It's a call, baby. Feels like it's gonna be a good day. Satan, hold on by your crib, that's that. That's ours, why wait? Be great, that's that. No way, we changed, what's the plan? That's that. Out my way, that's the play. New game, that's that. Can't believe they missed it on my kindness. I can't believe they forsake all the guidance. I can't believe they couldn't see the timing. Father, think we should remind us. I'm free, no strings, no chains, that's that. One God, one king, one way, that's that. Sideburn, supreme, what you know about that? One thing before you leave, please don't come back. Never needed, then you needed Jesus. I'd rather have no friends and hang with demons. Your brother gonna show up when he needed, but can the two still walk with that agreement? Satan, hold on by your crib, that's that, that's ours. Why wait, we great, that's that, no way, we change, what's the plan, that's that, out my way, that's the play, new game, that's that. Wanna gamble, that's a game for the gods.
Huh?
What's the matter, thought you knew
Game time.
about the laws. Father, why do they
Chad.
complain about
I need to take
you?
my sweater off. It's getting, I'm excited. Round 1. Fight. Oh, the peach at the bell! Oh, good morning. That's what didn't I just tell you it's exciting? Oh, let's go. Good morning, bro. We'll talk about the Sell America trade, but I just answered it for you, brother. That's why I asked if you were here last year. But I'm telling you, it's very important, and if you're really paying attention to it and you understand it today, when any nonsense comes our way, you are going to be extremely prepared. I'm telling you, man, that's what happened last year, and we actually got to make a lot of money off of that. So let's see. What? Abivac's already... No fucking way. Oh. Did it really? Yo, what? Bro, this thing, I swear this thing was up 27%. Am I tripping? Huh? Hold on. Something had to have happened with that. But I know they confirmed it, or maybe it's another one of those Reuters ones. But yeah, that could be one if you're willing to take some of the risk there. But literally, they said 17.5 bill. That's crazy. That thing was up 27% in the morning. I'm very what the fuck just happened with that? Interesting. I don't know if the option chain is... No, it is open. Very, very expensive. That is nuts. All right, there's a lot out there. We're going to have to see how they play out throughout the morning. And then let's turn off the after hours. I already did, but that was, I swear that was up 27%. And then it only opened up 5, but it is a 4 in stock. I think that's the weird part about it. Some brokers will let you trade it. Yeah, China. Remember, we talked about it a little bit last week. China, they've been going up a lot. You don't really see it on the U.S.-based like stocks, but yeah, they've kind of had their own thing. And then where's Wally World? There's a couple. And then again, some of those data center stocks have rumors. And then like Albemarle and LAR, they got upgrades. And then Sermol, just again, that could be related to the G7 stuff. Yeah, they're all running. And then watch the financials too, yeah. Again, not only for like bank earnings, but then the credit cards too. So everything related to that news. Again, that I don't know if they're gonna have follow through. That's gonna be the real issue there. Wally World. Yeah, so Wally World got added to the NASDAQ 100 and the Gemini thing. So they were up a little bit more too. That one might have follow through, but those premiums are already up a decent amount. Yeah. Why they make so expensive, Habibi? Why they make? Cam. Oh, there was I think it was TTD and then Silver, bro.
I'm so mad because remember, you guys, silver was supposed to have the this week is the commodity rebalance, but this is all responding to Powell. Again, that was part of what we saw last year. Again, part of the sell America trade and everybody freaking out over the Fed independence. That is what you saw. Oh, I don't know if we could do short term. But yeah, that sucks because I would have made another 1,000% on it, but I guess I'm happy with it. I guess. Yeah, you guys, like I said, we'll try the Zed music. Some of you guys missed it. Some of you guys were surprised. Well, that's the weird part about the Trump thing because, like we're saying, this whole time, Trump hasn't said anything. Even you had Bill Pulte on this morning. He didn't really say much. So, yeah, we're going to find out. They're saying that the Abavax, that nothing happened yet. So yeah, they're doubting it, or I guess but again, this is exactly what happened with RevMed last week. So maybe it's not Eli Lilly and it's somebody else. But either way, that was too big of a fucking move, man. That's what I'm saying. In the morning, most of the morning, it was up like 27 to 30%. Oh, Bidunius too. Those expire this week. Yeah, they're at a key level. But yeah, Trump hasn't responded to anything. That's the weirdest part about it. So that's why like people are tripping out because it's pretty much Jerome Powell kind of came out of nowhere with this. Obviously something may have happened or he got the subpoena, but it's still along the lines of this was Jerome Powell throwing the first punch. But now this is what I was talking about here in the morning. You're at like 4.2 on the 10-year and above. So, like, remember, we've gone lower later in the year, but then again, every time we've been here, this related with the dollar, gold, silver, all of that sell America trade. Remember, beginning of the year last year, anytime near this level, shit would get a little panicky. So it's actually kind of nuts that Powell kind of went ahead and started to do that. Yeah, French government says no contact with Eli Lilly. They're putting that one out there too. And then Greenland will increase efforts that the defense of Greenland takes place under the auspices of NATO. And then Exxon's down on the comments as well. Who else was there? There was a lot in the morning. Oh, the gene editing. And then any of the biotechs. Where is XBI? And then Micron. Okay, IREM took off. That one just has a shitty rumor on it. Who is it? I can't believe it. You guys are funny. I mean, I did miss the meditation. I liked it from day one, but that was good though. You got to see a little bit without SanDisk and Micron again. Remember all of the data center stuff last week. Why these is so expensive, Habibi? Why they don't make it cheap? God, the spreads on these are horrible. Please hold while we connect your long term. All right. Yeah, the Powell. Well, that was, everybody saw it. That's what I'm saying. It's you guys you don't remember when this was like the biggest drama, and then everybody would get mad and when you tried to like, because again, I like Powell, but it doesn't change the fact of what he did. Oh, the real-time screen is black still? It shouldn't be. Mine, not on my end. You might have to refresh. But you don't remember when it was like a really big issue, and then we showed the clip over and over again. But then, long story short, man, he's just getting to it's just getting to that point where it died down, and that's why it's so wild that out of nowhere he kind of brought this back up again, because the whole situation died down. Nobody really cared, and then he kind of came swinging over the weekend here. What date is that? All right, I grabbed any of the stuff we covered here in the morning. I grabbed a couple of them. Now we wait, and then we see what other drama they whip up. But remember, you guys, it's a big week. You could also go. I haven't done those yet. There's the front runs on the banks. What did he do? He'd been living under a rock. It was a year ago. It was actually a little longer, but it was during one of the. I think middle of the day we could find the clip again. I swear I had it saved. I don't know. Jamie, Tim. There's a clip of it. We went over it multiple times. He pretty much was asked about the renovations on the Fed building, and he ended up lying about it. Why? Because he said it was like a ridiculous idea that there were certain amenities in the building, and then come to find out, you go on the government website, all of the plans, what he said was not there, was in fact there. And then it caused this whole discourse between him and Trump, and we've done all of this before. That's the whole crazy part about this. And then, yeah, that was about a year ago. Trump visited the building, if you remember that, the humiliation ritual. It was him and Trump and Powell going over it all, and then it died down from there. And then now, all of a sudden, you have all of this shit going on. So it's an interesting factor of it all, but the part that I'm concerned with is when it's happening right now at a key level of the bonds. And every time this happened, even last year, it caused drama, but just a lot of people are looking past it. Like, I encourage you. I think some of you are, when I say it, it comes back to mind if you were really paying attention last year. But that whole, like, sell America trade, that's when people were, dude, even remember silver and gold? We were talking about it with the same, remember, we were talking about silver really early, but it's the same exact, that's what caused it all. Is that besides the tariffs, besides the, crazy back and forth with tariffs, it was everybody saying, oh, well, America, and then if you don't have Fed independence, banana republic, insert whatever headline you wanted there. But it was creating this idea of the dollar, it's going to increase instability on the dollar and a lot of other things. And then that got people to react a certain way. And then you had a point where foreign stocks, and then go look at even the euro, the pound, even the damn Swiss franc, they started running up too. And then there was a brief outperformance on the European stocks. So that's what caused it all. And that's why I'm surprised that a lot of people kind of, it is dramatic and came out, you don't see Powell usually throw the first punch like that, but it's kind of crazy how many people are not forgetting what happened, but forgetting the sell America idea, and that it fueled some volatility there for about a month or two, and it did cause some pretty big imbalances in the market between euro and here. And then after that, then it caused a nice dip buy because everybody brushed it off. Dollar went up, and then gold and silver did stay elevated, and then we started moving on to other stuff. I even heard people bring up the taco trade this morning and saying that markets think it's a taco trade and it's not going to be this or that. So I thought that was interesting as well too. So we'll see, Habibi. We'll see. Hold on. Something. What day is this? January 2026. Oh, they could be part of the G7 stuff too. CD&R looks to raise 26 billion latest fund. Well, the Iran thing is kind of weird. I mean, I don't know. Trump said he was going to do something, but I thought he would have been more supportive of it. Because again, it's a lot of, in a weird way, it's like a feminist protest. Again, there's a lot of women in Iran that are like really, they're like fighting back. I don't think you've ever seen anything like that. So it's kind of crazy. Am I still looking at a silver put? I never said that, brother. I'm mad I sold my silver. I could have never predicted this weekend drama. But other than that, I'm going to wait for a reload. And I don't know, with the whole Sell America thing and how like a lot of this year is still, it feels kind of like last year. I think we'll be able to wait till it chills out and get a really nice dip buy. But I did sell a little too early on that one. But I could charge that one to the game given the situation. Oh yeah, LAR ripped. Yo, Josh, what up, baby? Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, ALB, LAR, they got some upgrades. Again, the Sermo flip, that was up a lot more, but some of these critical mineral plays were getting pretty active there. What was the other one? Wally World, Abavax. Baba, I mean, China has just been ripping, though. That's the crazy part. So I don't know what it is news-wise. The only like thing coming out of China, they did restart some of the soybean stuff, but then it's also the Baidu IPO of the AI stuff. So I haven't heard anything else besides that. And then literally like last 14 days in a row, Shanghai Composite, it's been up 14 days in a row. A lot of people don't realize that because like KWeb Baba kind of lagged, but it was literally like one of the biggest rallies since 1993. So other than that, China's still kind of in play. I mean, remember, usually beginning and end of the years, China does get a little bit excited like that. So we're gonna see what happens. Yeah, I don't know why TAP is ripping. I wish, man, we had a nice opportunity there. So we'll see what it does. But I do have a deposit. Core Weave going up. So that one, watch out for the, what's it called? The IRENs of the world. Long term. No, Jerome, dude, I've heard crazy stuff. I've heard people even say Jerome Powell might even, this whole drama might keep Jerome more in power. And then if it leads to drama with, that's what I'm saying, the timing of this with the guy on his way out, shame on him. But like, people are even saying that the Fed board keep Powell on, and then if there's any like lag, if this causes trouble with the appointment, he might be able to keep some interim power on setting policy. It's actually mind-blowing. It's actually insane. I'm telling you, it's really weird. I mean, the whole point is, like I said in the morning here, most people, like back in the day, it was more along the lines of like, you know, somebody gives you a subpoena and they'd be like, I'm innocent and I will let my innocence, I look forward to the investigation, yibbity baba da boo. He's just coming out and saying it's all political. It's John and that he wants me to lower rates, even though I lowered it before an election. Even though I knew it wasn't transitory and I lowered it, even though inflation was not. It's so weird. But it is kind of, I think it's going to affect Powell's legacy. And then, you know, as there is a certain amount of time, I mean, this does create an opportunity of like a Fed mutiny, where they kind of fight back a little bit, amongst other things. And then, like I'm saying here, you might get your boy, your boy might play it a little differently, which gets even more crazier. And then again, it leads all into the Sell America trade. That's all I care about. I hope you guys realize that. Like I'm saying, we've already talked about this. I mean, for some people, they may go through the news cycle and react back and forth, but like I'm telling you, just if you remember what happened last year with the whole Sell America trade and how it affected the dollar and a lot of other things, it was big. I mean, I would argue that was like half of gold and silver last year at some point, all the tariff drama and everything else. So yeah, IREN and Core Weave are both going up right now. So those are, IREN, all you got to do is if that rumor gets legs or not, it's people saying there's going to be an Anthropic deal. I think it's low quality, but then again, people are getting excited on it already. And then the Abivax, they already shut that one down, but it's still holding up pretty good if you think about it. No, Fed independence is very important, but acting like the Fed is all of a sudden not independent just because of Donald Trump, I think is honestly foolish. That's why I'm saying, I mean, I've watched every single Jerome Powell. I followed him very closely. I could tell you his favorite band. I could tell you his best policy mistake or in his best policy decision. I think he actually did very good under 2020. But the whole point with Jerome Powell is that he, for him to say nobody is above the law and then bring up political independence and act like he was always political independent, I don't believe that. I think he was quietly, he quietly caved to the Biden administration, and that's okay. A lot of people did. Some of you guys did. A lot of people did, man. It was very hard not to. But to act like this is all Donald Trump is the only threat to Fed independence, I think that is foolish. Because I think there was other threats to Fed independence, and the way he acted, again, double cut ahead of an election, some of the brightest, he's a bright guy, and taking some of the brightest minds in the world and then fucking cutting the rates down to zero after $8 trillion, $9 trillion of money was dumped on the economy, and then assuming it was going to be transitory, when again, that did help the last admin a lot. I think that was, again, that was Fed independence going right out the window. So yeah, it's not, again, not to mention a lot of appointments and a lot of fraud committed by, violations of certain actions by some Fed members. Again, Fed independence. So this idea isn't new, and it's not, I don't think this one action of again, what's at hand is did he lie? He should be addressing the question of whether or not he lied under oath. And unfortunately, as much as I like the guy, he did lie under oath. I don't, to now try to pivot to Fed independence, I think that harms the American people, and it harms the bond market more than anything. And I think that's the point. So, but yeah, he caved a long time ago. But he also did very good. And again, I still think he's one of the best Fed chairs. That's why it's kind of, it's like a stock where it did very, very well. It kind of reminds me of Meta going to $90, if you remember. Meta was a high flyer, was one of the best names, high growth, high revenues, killing it. And then, they had a couple years that took the stock from $400 to $90 off of excess spending and getting away from the mission. That's just what Powell reminds me of. Sadly, I still like the company. I've even bought Meta at $90, but I like Powell a lot. I really, really do. But I do think the last 2 years of the guy, especially from last September, it was terrible. If everything collapses, do I have a plan? I do. I gave it to you. It's called diversification. And if remember last year when people say, and now look at what you're asking me, because same time, this is exactly what happened last year, guys, right? Something dramatic happens, and then they start talking tariffs, and then the Sell America trade, and everyone's like, what happens if it collapses? So diversification. That's how you're going to win. Just a little bit of everything, and don't be, go off of objectivity. That's what we did last year, and it worked. It worked better than anything. So, but I wouldn't be, sticking my head in the sand. I wouldn't be running away. I would be balanced. I would not be over levered. And if you do that, I think you'll be fine. Bidunius and even Tessie's going up. Habibi Isayak. Oh, what? Alright. That's why. The next Fed chair? Well, that's the crazy part. Let's see if you guys are picking up on it. So most people thought that Hassett would have been the Fed pick. In a weird way, this kind of railroads Hassett. I guess I was going to quiz you and I gave you the answer. But yeah, this kind of sucks for Hassett, because now motherfuckers are going to be like, well, yeah, you can't pick Hassett now. Because then now you really don't want a loyalist. It's I can't believe all of this kind of played out. So it doesn't mean they can't pick Hassett, but now Hassett might have he might have trouble getting that's what I'm saying. If he gets nominated, there might be a lot of trouble confirming him, and then it could create this weird doubt, and then you play this circular game once again, because now they're again right into the forefront. You're bringing up this Fed independence debate, whether it's legitimate or not. This is what happened last time, and then you get to deal with the Sell America trade, and then now people worrying about the image, the perception, and now Kevin Hassett, this might hurt the bond market more, essentially. And that's what it all comes back down to. I hope you guys see it. That's why I'm saying all of this happening where the bonds are. You saw this last year. Anytime the bonds would get near the danger level, people would kind of go crazy. So yeah, this is even if you select Hassett, the bond market might throw a little bit more of a tantrum now. This would keep real estate in the same spot where it's kind of slow, because of rates, amongst other things. And then again, the job market, low hire, low fire environment. So you have both rates and the jobs market. That's what equals real estate right now. And both of them are kind of stagnating or a little bit more restrictive. They're not bad, but yeah, they're up there. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not like Powell to come out and say, to for him to come out and just be like, it's because of politics, that's not like Powell. Like, that's what I'm saying. If someone accused you of lying under oath, he would say, I didn't do that. That's not what I did. And I look forward to it, and then yibbity yabbity boo. But to make it about politics and to say it's a political, that was the first time Powell threw a punch at Donald Trump. And he's doing it right before he left, and he's doing it at a point where bonds are kind of vulnerable, and also this is going to make it a lot harder to transition. That's the crazier part, is that the more this gets legs, and if you play this game back and forth, it makes it a lot harder there. The only long-term is gold. Do I miss you? I don't know, man. I might, $100 nowadays only gets you like just under an ounce of silver, bro. No, I'm just playing with you. Harder! All right, man. Please don't pump in the chat. Don't be the guy. The stock market's crashing. Buy gold. The only real money is gold. Stop. The market's crashing. Get out now. Buy gold. I had to wake up to that on I think day number 2 of the chat. When I freed all y'all in the chat, and the homie's like, it's gonna go down, gold, buy gold. Not you, it was someone else. So otherwise, yeah, I missed you. But if that's what it's gonna turn into, I'll be like, I had to deal with that for like a fucking ounce of silver, man. Are you kidding me? Isn't silver amazing, bro? Yeah, it is an overreaction to a degree, like, again, but this is going to bake into the market a little bit more just because of how unprecedented it is. That's the sad part about it, because I agree, just like last time, just like last year, everyone's going to freak out for a couple of months, and then that's it. You're going to forget about it, or nothing happens. But, it's not every day that a Fed chair gets indicted by the DOJ or subpoenaed, and then it's not every day that your boy comes out. Yeah, Eli Lilly has a NVIDIA headline right now. Yeah, NVIDIA and Lilly announced co-invention AI lab to reinvent drug discovery in the age of AI. Lilly to invest $1 billion in AI lab, and then NVIDIA collaborates with Thermo Fisher. So NVIDIA and Thermo Fisher. TMO. Check TMO and Eli Lilly. So yeah, they're part of that one too. Isn't that fun? Oh, where are they? I don't know if we can hit another fucking 2,000, but then again, those 2,000 percenters on Lilly come in bunches. You know what I'm saying? Oh, maybe actually. Let's see. Market is still at an all-time high. Yeah, 100%. Well, yeah, he could have retired in peace, but yeah, I don't know. The way he went about it, just fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Again, you don't see that too often. TMO, yeah, TMO got a bigger pop than Lilly, and then numbers came out. NVO, I had the, and then gold is still going up. But NVO had a nice uptick there in the Ozempic and Wegovy scripts on the week. Oh yeah, you're gonna have what's it called? You're gonna have all the JP Morgan stuff today too, so keep your eyes out for that. Have we seen any other poppers besides that? The real estate stocks are coming back up. Where are we right now? 0.06 on the Nasdaq. SPY's only down by 0.09. Dow 0.3. Russell down 0.2. Again, you were down like 0.5%, but bonds are going lower. So remember, too, we talked about this a little bit last week. If you get bond volatility, then, well, yeah, there you go. Jay Powell's a Republican? Yes, in the same way that Nicki Minaj is a God-fearing woman. But yeah. But yes, he is. He was. I don't know, man. I hope that was a good enough analogy. I still like Nicki Minaj, but damn, I don't know any other way to explain it to you. J&J. Who's the other one? Thermo? TMO? Yeah, all of them. I think it's all related. I think Iron started moving, then CoreWeave. People are getting excited about these data center and mid-tier like AI runners. Baba, yeah, Baidu too. Baba is just on fire now. That's really big. I really think it's just U.S. stocks. I really think it's just them coming up to. I think it's them just catching up to the move on like actual Shanghai Composite. Take 2 years to prove his innocence. I think the worst case scenario is that if it turns the transition of the Fed chair into a shit show. That's what you have to really watch out for. Because again, like you guys know, Donald Trump, he even has people that he's nominated to positions that they haven't even confirmed yet, even from last year. But if this leads into a weird, you might watch something I don't think this will happen, but this is now, I mean, just like the beginning of this year with tariffs, you know, you have to kind of consider things you've never seen before. But it would create a scenario where like the Fed chair would be different than the policy setting mechanism. And it would create this very, very weird setup with the Fed, and it would create like a transition, and like you'd borderline have like an interim Fed chair. It's very odd. I'm telling you, I thought Powell wanted to move on, but I didn't think this is how he was going out, man. And I blame Trump as much as I blame Powell himself, because like I'm saying, I mean, Powell himself is a lawyer. I would have expected him to, so I'm fighting tooth and nail, and yeah, these claims are unfounded, and call it a day. But nah, he's going out with a bang. So yeah, very unique. Very, very unique, my friends. No news on Baba. I'll double check, but I don't believe so. Baba, again, like I'm telling you, even from last week, you already just had China rocketing. And then there was like China news on the other stuff. South China Morning Post. China AI is less than 20% chance to exceed the US. Yeah, I don't see anything on there. Yeah, it was just up in China. It was up 5% in Hong Kong this morning. So Hong Kong shares ripped, and then all this, that's it. It's literally, I think, just bullishness overseas. And then even the ADR started ripping, and then finally it's there. But yeah, there's no news. Baidu has the upcoming IPO or like spin-off of one of their, like, is it the chip unit, I think? Yeah, they're going to be making their own chips or something like that, but there is not necessarily any headline on that. Baidu, when was the last time Baidu was above 150, bro? Yeah, EWM? Oh, I'm thinking Mexico. They were running. Now JD's going up too. And then healthcare. Healthcare is not even hot at all today. Man, gold and I'm I'm tripped out by that, bro. I really thought, I was like, all right, I'll take my 1,000%. Oh no, then Powell fucking puts out a YouTube video for the first time ever. I don't see Hugging Face news on Baba. There was a big NVIDIA order, and then they raised the price target. There's a couple of like upgrades there, but I don't see anything on that. Yellen comments? Oh my gosh. Janet Yellen? Pimco! You got comments coming out of Lulu too. They raised guidance in the morning. It was up for a little bit and then faded. Oh, is it just comments?
Idea of an investigation into a sitting Fed chair.
Amy, I'd love to get your perspective.
Yellen
more
says
broadly
this is the
speaking,
road
but
to a
things we're
banana
covering closely
republic.
Here, and obviously, given all of your years in Washington, in the last few days, we've had the president say that institutions should not be.
See, again, you guys understand this, right? This is literally what happened last time. So again, everybody played the. I want to say it was like a mix of like March and April. Like it was. Yeah, it was around these. Just go look at when fucking Europe bounced, to be honest. Because then it was U.S. down and then Europe up. That was kind of the whole story. Was it in June? No, we were fine by... I think, no, it was beginning of the year. Yeah. So it was like up until like March 18th. You see that? Like they started dropping a little bit, but we were already kind of down. But like they were ripping at the beginning of the year. Just same exact trade. This is all just to gas Europe in the beginning. I swear, that's what I was thinking last time. So yeah, I don't know. I didn't bring our market down too much until Trump started hitting with policy. So now you set up the Sell America trade, set up the Banana Republic narrative, and then by the time he drops crazy policy, then the market will react. But this is very similar to what we saw last year. But yeah, Yellen says this is the road to the Banana Republic. Everyone's going to comment on this. I hope you guys realize that. You are not going to get away from this story here today. Again, did you guys see it? Here, I need to go to the bathroom, but I should play it for you. Because I'm telling you, this is not you don't see this every day. That's why it's so, oh my gosh. Because yeah, just not, when does Jerome Powell out of nowhere post a video on the Federal Reserve, explaining this? I mean, again, nobody heard about this until he said it. That was the whole crazy part. So he got subpoenaed. Donald Trump didn't say anything. Donald Trump has yet to even comment on this. And then homeboy just comes out and says, I've been subpoenaed. Nobody is above the law. He doesn't address it's my God, he did lie before Congress. That's the only part that I'm having trouble shaking, but he didn't. Anyways, here is your boy Jerome Powell. Jerome F. Powell, the mother in Fed chair. All right, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. I'll BRB Chattity.
Good evening.
Good evening.
On Friday, the Department of Justice served the Federal Reserve with grand jury subpoenas, threatening a criminal indictment related to my testimony before the Senate Banking Committee last June. That testimony concerned in part a multi-year project to renovate historic Federal Reserve office buildings. I have deep respect for the rule of law and for accountability in our democracy. No one, certainly not the chair of the Federal Reserve, is above the law. But this unprecedented action should be seen in the broader context of the administration's threats and ongoing pressure. This new threat is not about my testimony last June or about the renovation of the Federal Reserve buildings. It is not about Congress's oversight role. The Fed, through testimony and other public disclosures, made every effort to keep Congress informed about the renovation project. Those are pretexts. The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president. This is about whether the Fed will be able to continue to set interest rates based on evidence and economic conditions, or whether instead monetary policy will be directed by political pressure or intimidation. I have served at the Federal Reserve under 4 administrations, Republicans and Democrats alike. In every case, I have carried out my duties without political fear or favor, focused solely on our mandate of price stability and maximum employment. Public service sometimes requires standing firm in the face of threats. I will continue to do the job the Senate confirmed me to do, with integrity and a commitment to serving the American people. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So now, let me show you the other part. So thank you, El Coyote. He found the video. Remember, I showed you guys, we had a full play-by-play on this. We did all of this last year. We had the play-by-play. We went over.
Yes, ma'am.
You guys don't remember this? It was Tim Scott.
Yes, ma'am. Jared,
so I'll give you the breakdown as you'll see it. So what he does, Tim Scott even asks him, and they're like, yo, these Republicans are they lying on your name, pal. They saying all this crap about you. Do you want to set the record straight? And Tim Scott tries to help Jerome Powell out because the documents clearly explain what was in the renovation. So then Tim Scott even tries to be like, yo, are you sure? Are you sure? Here, we'll review all of this. And then pretty much Powell decides to say, no, it's flatly misleading. But then if you go to the government website, it wasn't flatly misleading. It was 100% accurate. Like literally the elevators, the rooftop gardens, all of that stuff. That's what pretty much, caused all of this. So here you go. You'll watch.
The record number of regulations, small community banks.
Yeah, we went over all of this.
Compliance cost, bank capital requirement.
Everybody forgot about it. That's why I'm like, this is so... It's one, the fact that he did get indicted. That's odd that it happened right now. But then two, for Powell to come out like this and then say it's all about politics, it's all about what he said. That's why he should have stuck with the, I will defend whatever and we'll find the truth and we'll get to the bottom of it. But to say I'm a fucking political victim. Price stability. Dude, what's the price of the house? Okay.
Requirements should also be appropriately calibrated so banks are not forced to park capital on the sidelines, limiting access to capital for Americans and small businesses. I was pleased to see that the Fed is looking to reform the supplementary leverage ratio. The SLR is supposed to act as a backstop to risk-based capital requirements, but too often the SLR acts as a binding requirement for U.S. banks. Would you agree that adjusting the SLR would free up capital for banks to invest more in treasury markets and other low-risk assets that would be beneficial to families and businesses across the country?
I would agree, yes.
Do you agree with so Vice Chair Supervision Bowman recently acknowledged that regulators tend to review individual elements of the capital framework in isolation without considering whether proposed changes are sensible in the aggregate and contribute to a capital framework which all components work together effectively? Do you agree with her assessment, and how are you looking at the capital framework holistically to ensure that the Fed is not stifling economic growth?
Well, we're looking at basically the two big pieces now, our Basel III and leverage ratio. And
the bones of Basel III, obviously.
Significantly exceeded.
Just giving us an opportunity to go back to the spending at the Fed for the construction, and you said that the
minimums. That's the thing. It was the ways in which it was gold-plated, as we say, rather than their Basel requirements, which were very significantly
opportunity to go back
significantly exceeded.
Okay, it's coming up here.
Just giving us an opportunity to go back to the...
Oh shit, what's this? Former Republican and Democratic appointed Fed chairs, Treasury, and CEA chairs issue statement in support of Fed Powell group calls criminal inquiry into unprecedented assault on Fed independence. So if you don't get that, that's like all the former chairs getting a free Powell t-shirt. Okay, never.
Spending at the Fed for the construction, and you said that the items that were listed are not happening. I will say that the National Capital Planning Commission website, ncpc.gov, anyone can take a look at it for themselves, not just looking or listening to the New York Post, not just the Wall Street Journal, but page 129 of the final plans reflected rooftop garden terraces.
So listen.
The page 127 and 129 were where we found the ornate water features and final plans.
You're saying these are in the documents.
That drop board members off at the VIP dining suite was page 37 of the final plans. The white marble was pages 40, 41, 65 of the final plans. I would welcome your staff coming in to walk my staff through what is happening there.
He's saying, can you
as
show
opposed
us?
to what
Can you explain this
I've
to
only
us?
read in the New York Post, not only in the Wall Street Journal, but also at the National Capital Planning Commission's website. So we would.
So he's saying if you go to the National Planning Commission's website, it had all of these things. This was factual.
Welcome that opportunity to have a.
Can I just quickly say some of those are just flatly misleading?
So there
the
it
idea
is.
of elevators, it's the same elevator. It's been there since the building was built. So that's a mischaracterization. And some of those are no longer in the plans. They've, that's.
So they were in the plans. It was actually an updated. That's why he's going to give him another out and say, are you sure? But this was all included in the plans. Every single, this was a fresh update on all of it. And he said it's not there when it
earlier.
was in fact there.
The plans have continued to evolve.
That was one of the questions I asked my staff before having the conversation with you in the preparation.
Yeah,
And
CoreWeave,
assuming that your
Nibis, they're starting to go up
responsibility
again.
To refute some of the things that were happening was to ask the question, well, since the articles came out in April, have the plans changed since April as a result of the media attention to it, or was that just never in the plan? I would just say that having a clear understanding of what's going to be and when it changed would be helpful for us. I will note that having confidence in what we hear is incredibly important, and I would give you the opportunity to bring your team in and or send your team over so that we can have that conversation.
Yeah,
That
Bernanke,
would be
Greenspan, and
Look
Yellen.
forward to
all
doing
back
that.
him.
If you'll allow me to say one more sentence, none of those things were the cost drivers. The real thing is what were the cost drivers that caused the spending to increase, and we have those too, but those are not the things that did that.
Well, I don't want
We
to
look forward to the conversation.
I don't want to eat into Bernie.
Yeah, so that was it. Yeah, I'm not arguing with you, man. I think Powell is very well respected. It's just that was a fluke. I mean, I don't think it's. I think if they addressed it in a little different, and Powell wasn't. I don't know. Powell clearly is defensive about it, but I really wish it wasn't. I mean, if Powell didn't act so politically motivated prior, I would be right there defending him. But unfortunately, in good conscience, I can't say that. I think the guy caved to Biden many, many times. It just was not loud. It was not vocal. But looking at the actions of that man and then seeing as, inflation has been non-existent for over 12 months now, and he is not willing to adjust policy. I mean, it's more, I think it goes both ways. I think Trump doesn't like him and he doesn't like Trump. And yeah, he's making moves on that. But that isn't the issue right now. The issue is what this is going to lead to. Just like it did at last year, I would watch European equities, and then I would watch for the Sell America trade, because that if this is so unprecedented, it's going to get enough legs that people are going to talk about it. Yo, Google's popping. Apple picks Google Gemini to run AI-powered Siri. You've heard this news before. This isn't necessarily new news, but that's coming out right now, causing a little bit of a rip. Me and young Gemini off the rip. That's the Siri that put me in this shit. Fucking Powell, dude. Yeah, Google. Mm-hmm. Ooh, ooh. Carvana. Group likens Trump admin attack on Fed to emerging market. Yeah, the Banana Republic is all like last year. That's what's kind of good about it. It is it's unprecedented, but the fact that we got like a little crash course on it last year, I think that gives you a little bit more weight. So again, Google, that you've had this news before. It might be able to run it. I don't know if that one's going to have follow through, but that is coming now. CNBC is the source on that. That was actually even like 30, 40 seconds ago, a little longer. Ooh, ooh. Yeah, you guys got a little bit more of a delay today, because I got too many emails complaining about the delay. So I figured by raising the delay, we could go back to the delay, and then you'd understand how ahead you were. But that was my intention, but I don't know why. They were yappers. Powell's pitching a no-hitter. Do I think rates should be lower? Not necessarily. I think you can go lower without causing too much, but I mean, let me put it this way. They are lower depending on where you are. So if you're trading on margin, if you're trading short-term assets and you have loans below 5 years, they're lower. Actually, they've been lower. But that's the whole point. All this drama, it's not bringing down mortgage rates. It's not bringing down long-term interest. And there lies your issue. So remember, because this is what I brought up ahead of the election. Ahead of the election, the same exact thing happened. They were willing to lower rates, ignoring, and then inflation data, you name it, and all it benefited was short-term capital. So short-term capital has lower rates. That's why even then, you guys are getting less on your cash, but your mortgage rates are the same. Last time mortgage rates were here, a year ago, 2 years ago, you were getting 6% on your cash. So kind of nuts. But now it's like you're paying the same exact mortgage, if not higher, but now you're getting half the amount on your cash. But then again, you could borrow short-term capital way cheaper than at any other time. Gibraltar, oh man, happy birthday to young Gibraltar. Maduro. Where is Maduro? All right, damn. Google, $4 trillion market cap. Habibi, and then Baba is just ripping, dude. Yeah, the Google news came out a couple minutes ago. Google and Apple for Siri. Tap 49, bro. Yalla, Habibi. Oh, where's NVO? And Lily. All right, bonds. Hey, as long as bonds recover, dude. That's it. As long as you don't get bond volatility, nothing's gonna fucking matter. But if you do get bond volatility, then that's where we start to get the fuck shit said eloquently. But yeah, now home builders going up too, and then where are the credit card companies all pinned from earlier, and then GLD and silver, dude. I can't believe that, just because remember they're doing the commodity one, the commodity rebalance. It was supposed to be very, very negative, but then yeah, it's that got all of this Fed independence dollar shit got in the way. The music background is way too loud and inappropriate. I feel you, man. I think you're inappropriate. You want to bet on it? You want to flip the coin? So I flip the coin. If it lands on heads, I ban you. If it lands on tails, I'll turn off the music. But then you got to buy a membership. Otherwise, it's not a real bet. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, man, we'll talk about it a little later. But I'm very disappointed. I think some of y'all, man, it's like the exact same reactions. Apple's popping now. Tragedy buys 1.25 billion in Bitcoin. Merck. All right, man. If you get tech going up, remember last week was all. Last week was just all the what's it called? All of the how you say? The ones all of the equal weight stuff and that whole rebalance thing. Oh, I forgot about those. And then China. Alright, what are we looking like? 1 hour in the books. So you got 216 green on the SPY, 286 in the red, 12 green on the Dow, 18 in the red. And then NASDAQ, 37 green, 65 in the red. There's actually more names down than not. So I'd say more of the tech influence today. Equal weight's not even doing too hot, but yeah, we're chilling, bro. Absolutely chilling. Sipping on some Fizzerv. I got that one bid when that guy bought it, and then that's it. I feel like that one's kind of stayed pretty chill. A lot of those, there's like Okta, TTD. I think TTD went lower. There's a couple of those deep value plays. They didn't do too much. Yeah, tap. It sucks. I had one more deposit. I just wanted the dividend, but I maybe should have stacked because it went lower. It went lower than where I bought it for a little bit, and then it just kind of ripped. But then it does this. So if it does break out, we will regret it. I have heard people talking about it, about the alcohol trends bottoming out. I do think a lot of it was priced into the stock. All the alcohol stocks, STZ, TAP, DO, every single one of those. But did you guys hear it? I mean, tell me what you think about this. I kind of believe it, but they're saying that the decline in alcohol, it's not because people want to be healthy, and it's not because Gen Z doesn't like alcohol. It's actually the opposite. So Gen Z and the young generation, they actually like alcohol. What's the problem? Does anybody know? You guys want a little pop quiz? Let's see if you could guess the theory. So why is alcohol stocks doing so bad? And nobody drinks as much anymore. And it's not because they don't want to drink. It's not because of Ozempic. We talked about that one last time. There's another theory. There's another theory going around. Kind of, you're close. And Intel is coming up right now. Remember, they're fucking 11% the other day. Because they like drugs more. Maybe, but... Living the vida long time. He saved 10 like a boy. What? Hold like 10. Yeah, the cost of living. They're just saying the whole everywhere is so fucking expensive. It's just too expensive to go out. So for the same like experience, like what do you mean go out, pay $20 for a drink? If you go out, like you could buy alcohol cheap at home or like it's relatively lower. But then they're like that, mix in fucking expensive ass Ubers. Everything else you do is expensive. There's no cheap third place. They're blaming the affordability rather than the desirability. And then even the health shit. I've never heard that one. I remember we were just talking about the GLP one because alcohol lost money, GLP's gained money. But yeah. SLV. That one hurt, bro. That one hurt. And then Baba and Baidu. Once again. $22 for a cocktail. I know. Bro, I went overseas and I went somewhere out of the country and it was like a tourist trap and the shit was $30 for a drink. I said, who would do this? I thought you had American dollars. What the? So, yeah, bro, I kind of make... And then again, even just travel costs, bro. You want to get a cab, a Uber, a driver, anything, go in, out, mix in any other purchase. You're going to be... You want a night out, you're going to be spending, what, $50 for 2 drinks? And anything else? If 2 drinks in travel is going to cost you $50? So yeah, that's one of the factors they're bringing up. .
GitLab's running up now too, and SPY of VWAP, again, a majority of names are down right now. Again, you got a little bit of a pop there on, yeah, the Google one didn't hold, but you got pop on Google and Apple. Airbnb on the way up. So that's another one. They might go after lodging, and I hope you guys caught that there in the morning, because after watching what Trump did with both the mortgages, the credit card companies, just keep in mind, that's, damn, bro, silver, $85 an ounce. Yeah, dude, it's fucking insane. But just remember the midterms, like I'm starting to pick up on it. It's all going to be affordability. So just keep in mind, any crazy idea you could think about, it might come true. AKA, they might start going after rental companies. They may go out, they're going to do the ticket sales, even lodging, like even Airbnb, Hilton, Marriott, even O'Reilly Auto Parts. Like, think of anything you could think of that would affect consumer affordability. It's going to have it's in play pretty much from now, like, or at least not like full long-term play, but like more along the lines of kind of wake up and have a crazy policy move. Dude, silver, I can't believe it, dude. I can't believe it. Rather buy an ounce of silver. That gonna cost you more too now. And then if Jerome Powell keep popping up, man, they've got Jerome Powell beef. That's gonna cost you more for some silver and gold too. I can't believe it. Shine Boss says Mexico is ready to help with communications between Cuba and U.S. if asked. Doesn't Chipotle sell beer? Or is that just like a weird fucking kombucha on tap? But I swear that Chipotle next to me has they sell beer. So I don't know, you might be onto something. Yeah, they do. And then Wally World, keep that one in mind too. That one's still holding the gene editing ones. We haven't even seen a biotech runner yet, but what time is it? 10:30. They really start in like an hour. So that list I gave you in the morning, it's in order from earliest to latest. So pretty much 11:30, you might start to get some of these biotech JP Morgan Health Conference runners. And then gold and so Sermo fucking sold all of that. Who's the other one? LAR. They chill, but still up a decent amount. ALB, MSTR on the high. I can't type. Iron came back up. Your landlord gifted you an American Eagle? No way. Why? That's what a nice landlord. He's like, he raised my rent 50%. Well, okay, well, maybe then. You had a beer at McDonald's in Barcelona? That's crazy. You know, but the McDonald's are nice everywhere. You know that? Outside of America, like the McDonald's are like restaurants. Uber. Oh, did you guys hear that this morning? Uber. I think Uber is moving to a non-GAAP. No, I think it is non-GAAP, which not as good, but they're changing their adjusted EBITDA metric, and then when they have their next reporting, it's gonna be different. Coors is flying off the shelf. Hey man, we'll see. Fucking Wegovy pills are flying off the shelf too, apparently. Yeah, to change segment operating performance from adjusted EBITDA to segment operating income. It sounded positive, but yeah, they're moving up, so they do have headlines. That was a couple hours ago. It's only 7:30. We've been here for an hour. Markets recovered most of the decline from the AM. Again, a lot of drama there with Powell. We'll probably go over it a couple times. We did already. Why is TEM dumping? That's still up 7 for crying out loud. But yeah, we're probably going to go over the Powell debate again as well. So keep that in mind. Airbnb Bizzle. Why are the food places marketing their protein on the menu? Because it's supposed to be value, essentially. It's related to the affordability.
Because again, remember, most places, like, you pay for protein. Like, even if you were going to feed fucking cattle, you're paying for protein. It's how much protein can you get per dollar, essentially. But it's affordability. They're trying to highlight you pay less money or the same amount, and then you're getting protein. You're getting, and a lot of people do want protein, and then mix it in with some of the what's it called? The food pyramid changes. Protein is in, my guy. But I do think it has to do with affordability. They're trying to highlight, create offerings where you're getting more bang for your buck. Because, why would you pay $20 for a burrito and it's all just fucking lettuce and rice? That's not $20. I need that double scoop, dog. That double scoop of steak. Everybody is protein maxing, yeah. It's good, bro. A couple years ago, they said it was only white supremacists, so, not bad. Launches new office for advanced drone and counter drones. They had those headlines on Friday. Not those exactly, but remember they didn't move too much. I don't know why Pinduoduo is not down. It does seem more of the China stuff is driven by tech. But even then, we were kind of debating why Baba's up. It seemed, there was some headlines, and they were buying NVIDIA chips a couple days ago and upgrades, and then just in general, China stocks are doing good in Shanghai. But there's no real, specific driver, but it's pretty massive. Yeah, you remember we tried those Starbucks proteins? That one, I don't know if that one died. That one kind of died down. But I think a lot of people keep bringing up the Chipotle protein thing. We'll see how long that one lasts. Then MasterCard on the high. So, see, AXP went down, MasterCard up. Visa's trying to climb too. Yeah, I'm watching those drone plays, though. They both got volume. Pizza. Boeing. Oh, remember even all the defensive news last week as well. So, yeah, get ready. Next hour, we'll start to get some more biotech headlines. Again, we have data all this week, bro. You're going to be getting data all throughout, and then you got the bank earnings. Financials. Meta on the low. Hatta. Again, this is all driven by mainly tech and then the mid-ground tech names. IBM's kind of launching. Is there an SLV ticker for gold? Yeah, GLD. There's an ETF. Oh, yeah, what's up with IBM? Mizzle. Quantum, just a pump article. Yeah, JD again on the high. A lot of the China plays are still going. INGR, Ultra. Where's Staples actually? Staples are doing pretty high. I don't think EcoWeight is up though. Yeah, EcoWeight's actually red on the day. Everything's still red, believe it or not. Again, we kind of did the gap down, run up, and then now we're chilling, but we got a long day ahead. And then Bitcoin 91,000. the data, I think it's starting to catch up. So we're going to get CPI tomorrow. I think it's closer to being like recent, but I think it's still a little bit behind. So I think they're going to, honestly, I think that's part of the fucking with Powell too. I don't know if you guys remember me saying that a couple weeks ago, even when I got back, like the whole government shutdown thing was like a game of chicken with Powell, because he keeps saying the data, so they delay it with the shutdown and all that. And now it just kind of, it makes him look weird. BHP not planning bid for Glencore as Rio Glencore talks resume. That's that's different. So you guys remember the Rio Glencore one on Friday? And then Eli Lilly, R&D chief, says company has supply to launch orforglipron in many countries simultaneously. So BHP is running up. Again, a lot of names are running. Look at the high ticker. So it looks like you have tech coming down, but then you are broadening out a little bit. Staples still up, but high ticker is actually pretty active. Do not be deceived, even though the market's coming down. Yeah, and then Rio, I think some of the material plays were going up. And the ones that kind of gapped up, Sermal was the loser, and then where's Albemarle? They just chilled. What do I think about real estate this year? I think it's a good time to like buy in terms of finding motivated sellers, but you're not going to get a lot on the sell. It's going to be more stable or slow unless jobs pick up, or unless the rates really do come down, or we start to get another wave of like jobs literally running up. So it's just going to be kind of how it was last year, where it's, you know, last year was a pretty good example where it's some areas it went up, borderline stayed stable, and then, you know, you weren't able to like just, it's going to come back to a certain degree, but the days of buying a house and then selling it 20% and 3 months later, you're not going to get that. So that's kind of what we were expecting here with the labor market. Pretty much labor and real estate go hand in hand. And, you know, that's why when people are like low fire environment, it's kind of like real estate. You know, it's not a lot of people are moving, not a lot of people are buying. You know, prices are still elevated, but it's moving at a lot slower pace. But you can buy. That's what I'm saying. Like it's uncomfortable, because now you're like, oh well, I don't know what. That's why you got to really be like diligent on the purchase price, because you're not buying a house and selling it for a ton of money afterwards, or even if you wanted to flip it. But it's like now when the market's slow and not as active, and people really do want to sell their house and they don't want to wait that long, you could find some motivated sellers. Or even I've noticed the auctions are very good too. Auctions are crazy actually, because like there's people just not showing up to them. Like I've seen auctions where like $700,000, like it'll say 700,000, it'll comp at like 700, and it'll sell for like 350 at an auction. And that's just because again, you're putting in 350, comps at 600, you're gonna put money in to fix it up. It's, you know, probably put in another 100K. You're at 450, put in 150, you're at 500, and then even to get that 600K, you're gonna sit on it for a little bit, or it might not sell as much and then, or as fast, and then mix in holding cost, everything else. It's not as much money as people were expecting, and then if anything slows down even more, then that changes the whole game again too. Do you think stocks will be similar? Not if we get the dollar debasement. That's the unfortunate part. Because again, real estate is already up a lot, and then real estate is more linked to jobs. But if there is a dollar debasement, which again, even the Sell America trade, that's part of it. Again, I was just telling you guys that last week. Keep in mind, you know, this is why silver, gold, the whole dollar debasement trade, if that comes back, I mean, that's going to drive some assets. Paper assets are going to do their thing, the higher quality ones, and then gold and silver. But I don't think stocks will be in the same category. Lilly says they're on track for obesity pill approval by 2026. Elijah Lilly. And then Meta names former Trump advisor Dina Powell as president vice chair. Elijah. I think it's a good time for wholesaling. You just can't. I mean, if you were one of the greedier wholesalers, it still wasn't there. What is that? Investors have high expectations for big banks after strong 2025. Credit quality metrics hold up despite pressures on low-income consumers. Lilly Direct is serving more than 1 million patients. Are they at? I think that's the first one at the conference, because you got a bunch of Lilly comments coming out right now. Got your license, you're gonna join the board and start slinging houses. Start now, baby. So you could already start canvassing, and you could start making some moves on that, and even finding houses and clients even by the time you get all that situated and ready to go. Get a running head start. Dollar debasement would be like Nixon gold shock 2.0. I want to say yes to keep it simple, but I don't know if we're going to get something of that nature. A lot of it really has to do with perception in the dollar, even damn tariffs and deficits. But it's not like we're changing the fucking gold standard. You know what I'm saying? So in a simple way, yes, but scope, I would say not at all. But it's, again, the best part about all of it is that you got a crash course on it last year. So like gold and silver, pretty much real assets will go up, and then you just can't, the real assets that aren't that don't need a 30-year mortgage, they're probably going to be the ones that rip a lot more. You think 50-year mortgages by the end of the year? I don't know. I'm laughing because, like, dog, motherfuckers don't know what they want. I saw you didn't right after Trump was like, you're not allowed to charge 10% interest on credit cards. I never saw so many people complain about that. Did you see that? You see how all the people rushed to be like, well, that's not good. And now it's going to lead to credit card cancellations. And I'm like, what? So, again, I think the 50-year, it serves a purpose, but it's obviously you don't want to hold that till you don't want to amortize that one fully. But we might. I think it does kind of pair up with the whole narrative of affordability. So they may try something else. Again, I saw Bill Ackman. He said eliminate fucking he said include prepayment penalties. So Bill Ackman said you shouldn't lower credit card interest rates, but then he said you should bring back prepayment penalties on mortgages to bring down the mortgages half a point on inception. So very interesting. Well, there's a lot of you just live in a world where even if it would have some sort of consumer effect, if it's launched by Trump, people don't like it, and then vice versa. I mean, not even that, just a lot of people just go with whatever the TV tells them. Like I'm saying, I've seen even with the Trump scenario, or the Powell scenario, a lot of people are looking to just defend Powell. And again, I like the guy a lot, and I see all the drama, but they are kind of just not looking at the situation as much as it's, okay, well, is that what do I agree with ideologically or not? So it's very fascinating. And then again, a lot of stuff still kind of moving slow motion. Trump got a lot of stuff done pretty quickly, and he started, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. But there's been a lot of hurdles from judges to appointments to again, even public perception. Remember, just was it end of last year where like they started tripping out about the Trump approval rating? Ooh, a rackle. I think the best part about Ackman was he was like, don't lower credit card interest rates. Get rid of add prepayment penalties on mortgages. Oh, man. Fucking Bill Ackman. Good time to buy silver? I don't know. again, I'm down to like flip it a couple times. I think I answered this one for you last week, but then everything kind of just blew up in our face. Because again, I sold mine too early. I was more of a seller than a buyer. But the whole idea is that this dollar debasement and Powell drama, that's why silver is up 6% right now, 7%. That's why gold is up 2.5%. Yeah, Bristol's something about launching by 2030. And yeah, Oracle is getting another stick there. They started off red. Yeah, essentially a prepayment penalty would be that if you like paid off your mortgage before the 30 years, they charge you a fee. Right now, they're not allowed to do that. I'm pretty sure there's a law where and then he's pretty much saying that that's baked, given that all mortgages don't have prepayment penalties, they've baked that into the price of the loan. But back in the day, in like other loans, you'd have prepayment penalties, but then the part he's conveniently leaving out is that if you had prepayment penalties, that would make your refinances cost even more. Because that's what happens when you do a refinance, you're paying off the other loan. So this guy was like, no, don't lower credit card interest rates to 10%. Wait, what the fuck, dude? So that was a funny one. Well, we're just kind of rotating around a little bit. NASDAQ's back to green. You have a lot of tech doing good, both big cap and mid cap, and then a lot of the other staple value plays kind of caught a bid there. But yeah, it just started with the gap down on the news, and then we are going up, but it's a lot of that back and forth rotation. We saw a lot of that last week. You guys remember that. There was a lot of that, just one day it would be tech, one day it would be staples, then one day it'd be both of them, and then going back and forth. And then now you are mixed in a week where you have way more catalyst and you're actually getting stuff. Nibis, Baba, Target. I said I'm sorry, Baba. I never meant to long term. I can't remember. Baba was at 190, dude. So that's still crazy. But good time. A lot of stocks look like this. They had their peak last year, kind of fizzled out into the end of the year, even a lot of those tech names. But yeah, and then again, Baba doesn't, there's a lot of reasons, but not really like a specific catalyst you could put your finger on there. And it's some China names are still down, but most of them are up. Weave. Travel's getting a bid too. Hims. Did it drop on the Amazon stuff? So that one wiped out 2025. Still got a gain. Yeah, Walmart. Oh yeah, Walmart's really going. So again, Walmart's after January 20th is going to be a NASDAQ 100 stock. That's so wild. But then again, I guess they are with Google. And then Google chilled out. That one didn't have follow through. I don't know where Apple's at. I want to say Meta is the only one that's down. And then where's Nvidia? Nvidia's down a quarter. I'm going through the list. So you're going to get like BBio, LMRI, Maze, Bioheaven, Grawl, ARWR, BMY, and J&J. Those should be like the first couple to start out. What's that? Then IBM's rocketing up too. And the SPY. I mean, remember, this is near a 52-week high. So in an odd way, you've now filled the gap of the day. So, and even all that little Powell drama in the morning. Well, yeah, you're going up to break even on the SPY. But Yeah, you're like 10 points away from the 52-week high. Morgan Stanley December CPI to rebound sharply after soft October, November. EUV technology breakthrough. Seems like there's like 5 different answers as to why China's doing that. And then preceding all of it is just China stocks. Again, the last like 2 weeks in China, Shanghai Composite, it's literally on like a 20, 30-year rally. Who is more enticed to acquire WBD, Netflix, or Paramount? I want to say Netflix because they already kind of announced it and are going through it, and I think they could create something kind of crazy with it, but then Paramount kind of needs it or they die. I think we heard a discussion about that. But yeah, that deal is still, they're just so annoying. I want more. Okay, we'll get more. Okay. Remember Paramount in the beginning when we'd always play it? I told you that shit was cursed. Alright, yeah, Wally World's woken on up. Oh, RevMed's supposed to be at the what's it called too, but I don't know if they canceled it. Yeah, and then what's the ABVX? That one's chilling. It's again in the morning though, dude. I was down 2% or up 2. High ticker is very active. Yeah, that's the crazy part. So you are broadening out. Let me check if it moved anything. I think it did. Yeah, SPY. SPY got 251. You probably had like 20, 30 names go green. NASDAQ, 41 green, 60 in the red. 10 names flipped red to green. It was 70-30 earlier, and then Dow is still 17-13. Only one name went green on the Dow. So Dow's actually doing the worst. Boeing, and then there's Oracle. Again, some of the mid-tier tech, and then even materials. Actually, high ticker just kind of ripped, and Bitcoin. Time 8:02, baby. 30 minutes till push-ups. Sad part, I need to go pee already. I know they did send an announcement after saying they bought it, but it's still not necessarily finalized. Can Trump fix inflation by flooding the oil market with barrels from Venezuela? I mean, that'll help keep inflation from not going up, but I mean, the inflation hasn't gone up in the last 12 to 18 months. It's been more along the lines of the stickiness from kind of what was already that got us here. So that's kind of been the drama. That's why some people are like, why hasn't Powell done it? I mean, again, remember, beginning of last year, everybody was saying tariffs were going to cause massive inflation. You would try to order stuff. People would say tariffs, tariffs, tariffs. But we have seen nothing of that. It's just kind of crazy. More of it is the stickiness. That's why Trump is kind of complaining, where he's like, why are they charging this much when some of the cost pressures have dissipated? Google announces a new live sports and biddable CTV features, including access to NBC Olympics Winter Game programmatic inventory. You live in San Diego. How can they fix the inflation? San Diego! It's a good place. Well, they can't even fix the fucking airport, dog. But there's a lot of local taxes and city taxes too. Like, did you guys see what happened in LA? Or Santa Monica is like fucked. But did you hear about the billionaire tax? That one's crazy. So literally, it was like November, December, they announced this billionaire tax on the ballot, where if you have more than $1 billion in assets, they're going to tax you on everything. Doesn't matter if it's real estate, doesn't matter what it is. If you have more than $1 billion, it's a one-time tax of 5%, and then you have to pay it within 2 years in cash. Like, you can't, it's not like anything you could defer. It's like you pay it like right away. And then they did it where it was retroactive, so that it started January 2026. So they announced this in late November, early December, and then you have 1 month, and then they're pretty much like, hey, if you have more than $1 billion, we're taxing you 5%. Even if you move, if as of January 2026, you still get taxed. So they did that, and a lot of people got mad. They said they're going to sue, but then starting this year, in the last 12 days, you literally had half of the wealth already leave California. It's kind of crazy. It was only 40 people, which is kind of nuts, but 40 people equated to about $1 trillion. And that even in that 1 month period, which was already a tiny-ass runway, which was kind of predatory, some people would say, they already fucking left. So there's a lot of city stuff, and there's a lot of extra taxes, and then you mix in companies, corporations, and credit. But yeah, it's I don't underestimate the local governance as far as some of the, like California, New York, certain places are just a little bit more aggressive there. But yeah, that was shocking because a lot of people didn't think that would happen because they only had a month. And then how many people thought, the rhetoric of taxing people into oblivion, it didn't really cause a reaction. But then that was one that was like serious, quick, and had these weird timelines. And then they moved and it was a blanket tax. It was a tax on any asset. So if you had $1 billion or more of anything, you got 5% right up front, and they left. Yeah, most people thought they wouldn't leave. That's what I'm saying. Some people thought, you have to think about it. The other people who didn't leave, they didn't leave because they probably couldn't, and they only had literally 30 days to do it. That's why some people are going to sue, and they're going to sue to make it not retroactive, and then they're going to move as well, because it's too, like, if they had 6 months to do it, I would argue after seeing how fast that money left, and it stays on the ballot, if it does, I would argue 80-90% of the money would have left. Because it's a very, very broad tax. But yeah, that was a fascinating one to start off the year. I'm honored you guys think I'm a billionaire, but no, I don't. I'm good, dog. I'm good. I don't fucking have $1 billion. Why do you think I get so mad at these fuckheads? I'm got a lot of work to do, dog. That's why I'm like, damn it. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. All right, I'm gonna go pee. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Real Coat News on Twitter. You guys want to watch the Powell clip again? I kind of want to watch the Powell clip again. It's Powell Day. They try to get your boy. So here, you can listen to him. He'll talk about banking. And then
OCC and the FDIC on Basel III endgame, and I would agree we're gonna take a fresh start at that. The last proposal was actually well above Basel minimums. That's the thing. It was the ways in which it was gold plated, as we say, rather than their Basel requirements, which were very significantly exceeded.
Just giving us an opportunity to go back to the spending at the Fed for the construction, and you said that the items that were listed are not happening. I will say that the National Capital Planning Commission website, ncpc.gov, anyone can take a look at it for themselves, not just looking or listening to the New York Post, not just the Wall Street Journal, but page 129 of the final plans reflected rooftop garden terraces. The page 127 and 129 were where we found the ornate water features and final plans. The new elevators that drop board members off at the VIP dining suite was page 37 of the final plans. The white marble was pages 40, 41, 65 of the final plans. I would welcome your staff coming in to walk my staff through what is happening there, as opposed to what we not have only read in the New York Post, not only in the Wall Street Journal, but also at the National Capital Planning Commission's website. So we would welcome that opportunity to have a.
Can I just quickly say, some of those are just flatly misleading. The idea of elevators, it's the same elevator. It's been there since the building was built. So that's a mischaracterization. And some of those are no longer in the plans. That's earlier. The plans have continued to evolve.
That was one of the questions I asked my staff before having the conversation with you in the preparation, and assuming that your response would be to refute some of the things that were happening, was to ask the question, well, since the articles came out in April, have the plans changed since April as a result of the media attention to it, or was that just never in the plan? I would just say that having a clear understanding of what's going to be and when it changed would be helpful for us. I will note that having confidence in what we hear is incredibly important, and I would give you the opportunity to bring your team in and or send your team over so that we can have that conversation. That would be helpful.
Look forward to doing that. And if you'll allow me to say one more sentence, none of those things were the cost drivers. The real thing is what were the cost drivers that caused the spending to increase, and we have those too, but those are not the things that did that.
Political victim.
Well, I don't want to look forward to the conversation.
I'm sorry, pal. I love you. I feel bad making fun of him, bro. You know that? I really do. Why did he have to go so downhill? He got so angry. Oh my goodness. But yeah, man. It was. The California thing is, it's pretty much it's worse than unrealized capital gains. It's on your total assets, no matter where it comes from or not. I think it excludes retirement funds. So maybe Peter Thiel is safe with his PayPal IRA. But yeah, it's pretty fucked up. But then that was the first time a massive amount of big money left. Again, think about it. Even people were asking that with like Mamdani. That's how you knew Mamdani really wasn't gonna, or really didn't even have the authority to do anything crazy, because if they did, they would have left. But then also too, if this California thing is, if they challenge it and they lose, and then they allow these governments to pretty much give you like 30 days notice and then make it retroactive on the next year, then yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if New York tried it, and then the money would fucking flee. Well, at this point, I mean, literally in just 12 days, California lost literally $1 trillion of taxable income, or taxable wealth, excuse me. One is offering 5.2 but 6.1. Another is 5.8 with a 5.8. The latter is better. Well, yeah. Why is the APR going higher? Are you getting a discount up front, or are you paying down stuff? So you just got to find out why. But I would try to get something close to stable. I mean, again, if it's not too big of a jump between 5.2 and 6, but you got to make sure. I would run all my I would run my budget based on the 6.1. And then again, if you guys ever want a fucking a low mortgage rate, I mean, it sucks because the houses are more expensive, but the new builds are still offering a fucking major buy down and credits. Like, these new home builders aren't selling as much. I saw one. It sucks. This one was in Seattle, I think, or Portland. But dude, they had like a luxury, like Ritz-Carlton building, and they literally cut the prices in half. Like, no, they was like a brand new building. It's been around for like, I think it's almost fully completed, and they only sold like 48 out of like 200 units, and they have literally cut the prices in half. I haven't seen that since like 08. But then again, some of these places they got their own little challenges, but yeah, like there was like condo units that were going for like $2 million. They're now going for $1 million. The ones going for like $1 million to 1.2 are going for like $500,000 to $600,000 now. New ones here in Texas, the condos, yeah. I mean, depends where it is. And then again, if it is a new build though, and like you're buying from the builder, that's the way. But you're usually paying a higher premium. But those are the ones that, I mean, again, every year I've seen people walk away with 4% or less mortgages. Apple Intelligence will continue to run on Apple devices and private cloud compute. Apple determined that Google's AI tech provides the most capable foundation for Apple foundational models. Wouldn't most of the wealth stay in Cali, but not through non-personal entities? Not in this case. Just how it is. Like, just with the way they worded that law and the authority of it, it didn't matter how you owned it. It was because, again, remember, they have that law where you have to disclose everything you own. So it doesn't matter even if the asset wasn't in Cali, if you're a California resident and then you have somehow some connection to assets, there you go. And then the other worry people have is that if all big money leaves, that tax burden is going to start moving down the totem pole. And then they're also assuming, just like everything with the government, you do it once, they're going to do it again. And then before you know it, 1 billion turns into 100 million, 100 million turns into 10 million, and then bloop, 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 bloop. New builders in Texas, just depends on where, but your big three, your Toll Brothers, Lennar, KB Homes, Pulte, I guess big four. But it just depends on, some builders have more or less better or worse quality, but I would really just go for the value. And then also you got to align it with if you're willing to pay a little bit of the premium for the lower rate, and if you really can stay and work in that area. Because the thing I'm seeing cost people more in real estate is making short-term decisions, aka they're buying a house, I'll live in it for a little bit, but they're changing their mind. How many houses I've seen people buy in 2024, even last year, and then they're trying to sell it 3-6 months later. That's what's going to kill you. But as long as you're making a longer-term decision, focus on those factors of why you'd want to live in that house, it comes down to a good price on the home. All right, man, you're ripping back up. Everything's green except the Dow. Russell at break even. SPY up 0.1%. NASDAQ up 0.25%. CRM bill to acquire Greenland on Monday aimed at authorizing Trump. Oh, they're just related to it. Yeah, remember, they're meeting tomorrow with Rubio, and then, again, the G7 finance ministers. They're talking about critical minerals today. I'm surprised more people aren't talking about it, but then again, the Powell drama and everything else got there. I've seen crazy new build deals. Damn, silver! Dog, silver's at $85 an ounce, you guys. I don't know. It was, again, this whole week is supposed to be the rebalance of the index, but this is just absolutely insane. Because now that all that Powell shit just fucked it up. 85, you're closer to 100 than you're closer to 50. I mean, look at that. I never would have thought I would say that. Again, even 70, we were just at 75 last week. You're literally up $10 an ounce. I guess this is appropriate. But yeah, the new builds have I've seen a lot of crazy deals. I've seen people get rates as low as 3 with the new build. The problem is new builds are overpriced, relatively now. So that's just all, you might end up paying more, but then again, if you're gonna live in it for a decent amount of time, and then the premium of what an existing home would cost isn't that much, and then you're saving $1,000, $2,000 a month in interest, I mean, it's a whole different story. For copper, where's nickel? But yeah, remember, as silver goes up, it starts to change the dynamic between copper. Yeah, nickel's still even on the high too. That one is related to the Indonesia stuff. Oh, iron ripped again. Silver, Nibis, all of them, bro. Mid tech, big tech. Even the credit card companies accept AXP. Silver. Nova, has it started yet? 8:19, so in the next 10 minutes we should be getting a couple of biotech ones. Maybe. I don't know if it's going to be as guaranteed. It might start off slow. And you already had like the Lilly comments and a few others. Dude Star. Yeah, Novo appreciates straight talk from Trump admin. Alcoa too. I know MP was climbing up there a little bit. Got a new build in Georgia at 4.8. That's not bad. That's what I'm saying. If it's existing, it's impossible to get that low. I mean, I've seen people buy down the points, but you're just paying up the money up front. But yeah, the new builds are incentive again, because think about it, it's slow. That's what I'm saying, where it's like you have motivated sellers. Even the home builders are motivated. So if they're using what they have at their disposal, but yeah, if you could get it lower, I mean, the problem's going to be when it comes time to sell. So that's why it's like, as long as you don't have to sell it in a year or 6 months, you build a long-term plan around it. Yeah, you can make it work with a affordable mortgage. But other than that, it's existing home sales it all just depends on supply and demand, as well as the income opportunities in that area. Kraken, I don't know much about it. ASTI on the high. Lithium, I did hear about that. Again, China had the battery stuff too, but there wasn't really a reaction from it. Is China and Bidunius still going up? And SPY again, barely. Russell's still dancing around negative. ASTI's with NVIDIA. Oh shit, well that one's up 10 already. Yeah, I saw that one on the high ticker. I didn't know there was a headline. Ascent Solar? Oh, it's a solar company? Interesting. So NVIDIA speculation. I don't know what the headline is, but they're a solar company. This thing's kind of been running up there. All right, it's up 14% now. I don't know premium-wise. They don't have options. You got to go shares. But yeah, I don't know what the exact headline is. People were pumping it earlier about something with NASA. Yeah, they're saying it was backed by NVIDIA. So there's older stuff earlier, though. So be careful. I don't think it's anything like right now as much. Like, people were talking about this even last night. So yeah, that Oracle post is an old one. That's something where your delay might help you. I think they're just pumping it. So like literally people were talking about it 24 hours ago and then he's reacted. Yeah, they halted it. Well, shit. I don't know if that one's going to hold, but if you get enough fucking crazies on it. But yeah, it's not like there's any announcement. But yeah, they did just halt it. I think, is it one of the space stocks? But yeah. More pumpy from that source. Yeah. Just be careful. I mean, you might be able to scalp a little bit, but It's not going to be the same. Like, if you get the follow through on the early ones and it's actually like real juice, it'll be good. But I think that move looks like just excitement and then that whole little reaction. $1,500 in long term. Should you consider doing $200, $300 a month? Just started February. Oh, just keep building how we're building. I'm telling you, make sure I get some growth. The smaller the account, you could take some more risk, but as long as you stay consistent with it and you build around it, man, you're going to be able to do some good things that'll get you a good runway and set it up for whenever we start to cycle a little bit more. Because remember, we got 2 accounts that started with like $200-$300 a month. They're still at that same amount. So like, even though the account has grown, that's the beauty of it. Is that, and you got to think accordingly, because like we're not starting out on this account anymore, but it's the same deposit amount. So you're using $300 a month. That's exactly what I'm doing on this account. So I have one deposit. I haven't bought anything this year, but same exact idea. We're going to be looking for value names and making sure we get some good bang for our buck there. I do want growth. I mean, if I remember, that was my focus. We wanted a diamond. We ended up getting Intel, but I do want some growth names in there. There is some good dividend names that are really, really cheap, but yeah, I am using the same amount. So as long as you stay with it, it's going to move slow for a little bit, but you're definitely going to have an opportunity to build around it. CRM, General Mills over 5. Yeah, dude. Remember, the cash rate is at like 3.4 right now. 3.7. Let me check. Yeah, they halted ASTI. It just seems to be like a pump. It's not anything like news-wise. But see where they take it. Manage cash. Where are we at? It went lower. What? Yeah, 3.38. Remember, it's at 3.4, so I guess it fluctuates a little bit, but 3.38. So yeah, man, you're not it's pretty. Not everything. Like, there's some good. Like, I don't even think is PG at 3. But yeah, it's pretty easy to get above the Fed's fund rate. No, PG's at 2.9. But yeah, so I like the dividend ones, but like I'm saying too, if you're just starting out, you could get some growth, but I would just go for quality. As long as you're getting good quality names that you legitimately could hold for 10 years, that's gonna be where you'll see some nice gains. Elf coming up. Yeah. Yeah, bro, you're chilling. I mean, Russell went back to point. Russell actually getting a little active. Russell was dancing around there, break even, but it looks like it's starting to go. I've not looked at the equal. Equal weight's still down. And then SPY's barely green as well, too. Mara. Yeah, Novo CEO on the weight loss pill. I was a little older. All right, they unhalted ASTI. Lulu's coming back. It was up a little bit more and then dropped. They gave a good guidance update. That was it. Then LMT on the low. Baby flush. Not anything crazy, but gave up the gain. That was holding earlier. And then, yeah, for the long term, let me see Colt Sister. So yeah, same exact thing. This account is $200 a month and it hasn't changed. So this... Oh shit, did it cut out? My bad. Ah! My shit just lagged out. I don't know if you hear me, but I love you. Did it cut out? Do you guys hear me on Locked In? Am I back? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I don't know what that is. Yeah, literally. I didn't even get the little ding dong. So, yeah, anyways, my bad. It did cut out. You're going to have to give it a second. But, like I was saying here, this is the smallest amount. So, like, literally, this one hasn't moved. It has way less time. I think 2-3 years less than the other accounts. And she refuses to raise the amount. And she wanted to quit last year as well. If you guys remember, she was asking me last year at $12,000, $11,000 if she should sell pretty much because of Trump. And I told her not to. And look, even in that year, is that what, 40%, I think? A decent amount. So the whole idea is little by little, it may not be that sexy. It may seem small. Like I remember when the other account, it took a long time to get above $10,000. And once it did, it finally started to grow. But I'm building it the same exact way. The irony of all of this is that the same thing I'm buying for the big account, I'm buying for the middle account, and I'm buying for this account as well too. So, but what we're focusing on is value, just high quality stocks that we could own and hold for 10 years. And the best part about right now is that there is so many names that are at like really good quality names that you could build around. And that's why we grabbed some of the ones. We grabbed the Chipotles and the Taps and some other ones that were really low. Again, Intel was the nice one of the year. We even got a little bit of value with pizza. And then even then, more and more names started popping up that are even better quality. So the Pepsis, the Procter & Gamble's, the Hershey's, some more than others. But yeah, that's it. How many stocks? I mean, it depends how long you've been holding it for. But as of late, since we've held it for so long, I'm trying to keep it below one new stock a month. That's why I like stacking up on the same name. You know, my last couple deposits have gone towards TAP. So yeah, man, just keep it growing. Keep it growing. On the whole, LT is wild. I know we've done it on all of them though. So all of them have pretty much the similar, almost exactly the same results. Even that's the crazy part, because even if we miss some of them, and her account missed some of those trades, it still did very good. And then yeah, it just takes time, and that's the thing. And I think haven't people had enough time? That's what I was thinking of the other day, because like, you know, a lot of people got into the markets a couple years ago, and then now if you're 3, 4, 5 years into it, you should have something to show for it. And that's why like I encourage you, just bite the bullet and deal with the slowness now, because if you do, as it cycles, you're gonna be good to go. Growl at JP Morgan Health Conference. Is it beginning? Yeah, 11:33. So we might start to see some more now. Your son's account is over 5K. He's only 2. What the fuck? Ballin', we fly high. No, that's awesome, bro. That's amazing. I did not have 5K when I was 2. That's crazy, bro. Inflation. Does he get a Trump account too? Wheat stocks on the high. Any recommendation for dry powdered percentage in the long term? So, you know, I've been really, really nice to you guys as of lately, but do you really not know the answer to that fucking question? I'll answer it. I would love to. And maybe somebody will learn from it and I'll be a nice guy, but in the sake of holding you to the highest possible standard, what the fuck is wrong with you? You don't know the answer? So the answer is 20% cash. Talked about it for many, many years. And I did go on a rant about it, I think even last week and right before I left. So 20% is your max cash. I think anything above 20%, you're prone to getting manipulated by the news. You start to run out of balance. You don't have full diversification. And remember, the market dropped right in front of us. If you had 20% cash, it literally got you like a 70% return, right? Even if you bought the S&P down by 40, or the NASDAQ when we tried to make the ETF. It was like 40, 50 on that. And then you could go look at the Estee Lauders, go look at the pizza. That one came down a little bit, but the right play, the right time. I think Estee Lauder, people made 400% on that one, or 300%. So there was a couple of names there. A lot. I was probably at least 100. So you didn't need a fuck ton of cash for the drop. And most of the time, the more cash you have, you'll watch it drop, and you're going to be like, it's going to go more. That's how I got Meta, and I got some Netflixes and JP Morgan and Uber, but that's how I got I got greedy on the downside and missed Amazon at 80 and Nvidia at 80 pre-split. So it happens. It's even if you don't have too much cash, you could still do that. But yeah, man. Oh yeah, Intel. I forgot about that. That one I fucking went all into that shit. Yeah, that was last year, and that was I held cash. Remember, I held up a decent. I think I was at 12 or 15% cash, but yeah, that was like a 70 to 100% difference. So, and then you compare it to what that one still held up very nice. But yeah, so you don't need anything more than that. But you know the answer. I encourage you not to. That's why I was such a hard ass on you guys, and I'm still going to be. That's why I was kind of disappointed. I've been very chill this year, but some people took that chillness to not raise the standard. But it's, I expect you to not negotiate with these rules and stick with the plan, and it will produce for you. But anything else, any negotiating is usually, if it's negotiating, you're probably going to get played. Yes, cash is a position, but you go more than 20%, you're playing it a little too hard. Oh, yeah, Tesla's still ripping though. A lot of things. Oh shit, let's do a push-up, baby. Chattadonia. You've been here for 2.5 hours. 4.5 hours on a Monday. An exciting Monday. And a Monday with drama. With Powell. The beginning of the Sell America trade. I'm down to talk about that one again. I'm down to really repeat that one, because that gets me kind of excited. Not the whole Sell America idea, but the whole idea is that same like fuck shit at the beginning of the year last year, that's what got us opportunities. So before we get into that discussion, stand beside your desk and do 10 push-ups, my friends. 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just move your body, man. Stand up, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, get some hip mobility. Do anything. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing hip mobility this week. Last week I did the shoulder stuff, but dude, I've been doing this like hip stretch. Oh, I need that range of motion. I'm doing it now. I'm doing 90-90s. But yeah, man, move around. Take a deep breath in, bro. Did y'all remember to breathe? Did you make sure you're breathing today? I don't know if have you been breathing? Most people, you think you breathe in, but you be breathing hella shallow, dog. Get like a real one in there, bro. Come on. Oh, man. Woo. Oh, man. Da. All right, yeah, that's how you know it's a good stretch, bro. I got quiet. You like go into a 90-90. You guys know what the 90-90 is? And then like lift up your leg on one side, bro. It hurts. It's that range of motion, bro. But yeah, man, move around. It's good for you. We're gonna be here for another 4.5 hours. That exciting. Woo! Ah, it's like cramping. Shit, dude. Whew. You do physiological sighs when you realize you're breathing well. It's good, bro. It's very good. Breath is good. Starting your long term today. I like TAP, but you don't get the dividend for another 3 months. And then it's up a decent. I think it's up like what, 5% since we bought it, which isn't the worst. But there's names like PG, General Mills, Clorox, names you know about. That's why I'm saying those names. You know that? It's not, I don't even have those. I'm just saying, like, the higher quality names that started off pretty low here, bro. It's actually crazy. There is some really good, cheap names right now. And, like, these are names you don't even have to look them up. Woo! All right, one more stretch, bro. Ah! Crack my knee. Marvel. All right, I need to go stretch. I need to do the wall stretch. You guys want to watch Powell? Let's watch Powell again. Dude, I feel bad, man. And some people, dude, do you notice? Like, that's the crazy part, is that this happened a year ago. This is all from last year. And, like, people are still, like, getting so worked up over it. I think it's amazing. Here's your boy. I thought it was AI, too, in the beginning. I feel, bro, I saw it on my feed yesterday when I retweeted it. And I was like, no way, this is fucking real. And I was like, what the fuck? I even looked at my girl. I'm like, I stopped everything. I'm like, Powell just posted. Yeah, bro, it's crazy. It's crazy. All right, do a wall stretch. This is what he did yesterday. This is what some of y'all just waking up right now. Stop playing with me.
Subpoenas threatening a criminal indictment related to my testimony before the Senate Banking Committee last June.
Push up or I'll indict you, dog, all of you.
That testimony concerned in part a multi-year project to renovate historic Federal Reserve office buildings. I have deep respect for the rule of law and for accountability in our democracy. No one, certainly not the chair of the Federal Reserve, is above the law. But this unprecedented action should be seen in the broader context of the administration's threats and ongoing pressure. This new threat is not about my testimony last June or about the renovation of the Federal Reserve buildings. It is not about Congress's oversight role. The Fed, through testimony and other public disclosures, made every effort to keep Congress informed about the renovation project. Those are pretexts. The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president.
It's literally off of what you said.
This is about whether the Fed will be able to continue to set interest rates based on evidence and economic conditions, or whether instead
I sound low
because
I'm doing a push-up, motherfucker. You should do the same.
Or intimidation. I have served at the Federal Reserve under 4 administrations, Republicans and Democrats alike. In every case, I have carried out my duties without political fear or favor, focused solely on our mandate of price stability and maximum employment. Public service sometimes requires standing firm in the face of threats. I will continue to do the job the Senate confirmed me to do, with integrity and a commitment to serving the American people. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Yeah, that was it, man. So, remember this. This is what we're going to go over this a couple times today, because I really want everyone to get this. This is what we did even last year. But this was from the clip where it was before Congress, but we could skip all that. What you got to really be looking at is the fact that it's about the Sell America trade. You know, every time you guys think it's just politics, you think it's just drama, but it's not. Because every time this has happened, or at least what we got a taste of last year, is that when they really start pumping this narrative, it affects the bonds, and then it really gets people saying, oh my gosh, America, banana republic. Literally, Yellen even said that like an hour ago. And then when they start saying that, it starts to hit the stocks eventually, but it does create different rotation opportunities. Then it moves stuff like we've seen with gold and silver today, because you could argue gold and silver, they weren't supposed to be up today. They were supposed to kind of have a little rebalance week, but you know, the threat of all of this and how dramatic it was, because again, it's very unprecedented. Both sides are very unprecedented. The first side is that Powell making a video, unannounced video, and kind of, you know, throwing a shot saying it's all on politics. And, you know, imagine that. We just heard from him not too long ago, but, you know, they love to ask Powell this question. He usually doesn't say anything. So for him to come out, that's very unprecedented. And then after that, it's just the fact that if you really get a criminal indictment on the Fed chair, that's never been seen before. So that's what's causing all this. Again, the reaction right now is muted. It started off a lot worse early on, but the bonds have really chilled out. Why is there a delay on the stream? Because I think it'll protect more people and keep them from gambling. If you want to gamble, you could get the locked in and have a good time. But like I'm saying, we were just going over the long term, and that's why. I mean, you guys know that didn't affect any of this. So look this is the big account. You were saying 100% on the whole account. I feel you. That's all of these accounts, and that's why I'm saying I was kind of straightforward about it last year. And even then, to be straightforward about it again, I want more people to have this, because it's actually a damn shame how many people I've seen, they started their journey a couple years ago and they haven't built a long term. And a lot of people got into this strategy, started here, started following other shit, getting into trading, getting into Forex to crypto, you name it. But then fast forward, it's at minimum, you should have something like that. So you'll still get the news quick and all of that. And then ultimately, I'm still documenting all of the long term. I'm still using 3 different accounts, $200 a month, $300 a month, and $3,000 a month. So at any income level, you could follow this along. And that one is free 99. Don't matter about the delay, but it's, I wouldn't, that's great results. And if you're really getting blinded by the trading, I think you do need to reflect a little bit. I think you got to ask yourself, you could send me your long term if I would love to take a look at it, but it's you really, that's the real issue there. And trying to be chill with y'all about it, but I think some people still have not processed that, or they're kind of, they're fighting the addiction. You know what I'm saying? Because I know what it's like, man. I think I had this talk last year, but it is really addicting, and I think some people get addicted to the thrill, the speed, and trying to trade. And again, the long term doesn't, 100% in a couple of years, 50% a year sounds like nothing when, you could hit 1,000%ers. You could hit 1,000%er a week. I think we had 20 of them last year, but it's some as high as, I think our best play last year was 12,000%. And we had a couple 9,000%ers and then a few 4,000%ers, and that's all fun, but yeah, you don't even need that. And it's just even then too, like I explained today, even what I'm explaining right now, you're asking me about a delay, but I was just talking about the Sell America trade. Do you understand how fast I'm giving that to you with an explanation? And if you're not, you're going to miss the money focusing on the seconds. So yeah, you still get the news here is still faster than everywhere, even with a delay. Don't underestimate. Most people just wait for me to report it. So yeah, you gotta jump, dog. But if you keep looking at what you don't have, you might miss it. That's what I've seen. And even then, even starting off back this year, I was surprised because we opened up the chat room. That's how you're able to talk and everything else. But a lot of people, they got stuff and then they acted like they didn't get stuff. So I encourage you all, man, don't negotiate with the rules. I'd focus on the BDSX is at the JP Morgan. So if that one starts going, yep, that's JP Morgan Health Conference. I think that was the 3rd one on there. Oh, is it? There's so many. Biodesics, or did they have some? I think they had something this morning. I'm gonna double check just in case. Yeah, they're halted. They came out with preliminary results this morning. Yeah, I remember taking a look at this one. Yeah. And then IREN's still going up. You miss the OG days before the trolls. I don't, because it didn't. Some people did very well, but like I'm saying, man, like, will you email me your long term, Mick? Can I see your long term? Email me, Trading Fraternity. Nobody else, just Mick. Because like I'm telling you, bro, I feel like I damaged some people by giving them so many easy plays. They ended up not getting a long term. And then now, like I'm saying, 3, 4, 5, 6 years later, you have to be walking away with something because it's easy. It's not like it required a lot. And like I'm telling you, there was so many, you've had so much time to be able to verify what worked and what didn't. So that's why I'm saying I did last year was a whole crash course on stepping it up, being straightforward, and getting to what really matters. But I am shocked how many of you are literally just acting like last year didn't happen. I'm very even with some of the other comments. Yeah, BDSX is unhalted again. So they just got halted on that move. I don't know if they're at the event right now. There's like BBIO and then BRKR and then BCRX, unless I hit the wrong button. But yeah, the Sell America trade is related to rotation of European equities, and then what happens with the dollar, bonds, gold, silver, and other like financial assets. Let me see. No, they're not at the JP Morgan conference. At least it's not on the calendar. I was just kind of doing its own thing. $2025 was the great locked in. I know, bro. And yeah, I didn't think the whole testimony thing was going to come back like this, but yeah, it's a big deal. But I do think a lot of people are missing what exactly happened last year. And what happened last year was this Banana Republic trade and Sell America. And that's what I'm saying. You guys, fuck a delay, man. Watch. If this drama keeps rolling down the hill, that's the next step. And I'm telling you what it is right now. And if you do want to make a trade, you're going to have to do it on your own. But you are definitely going to know about it before everybody else. You know, a lot of people are going with the back and forth, saying it's dumb, saying it's smart, Powell's a liar, Donald Trump's an idiot, you name it. But you should really be thinking about all that. The locked in, I think you just upgrade your membership and it should be right there, just like getting your membership. But yeah, so good luck and God bless. And God bless America. Doesn't Powell wear glasses? He did. Is that why I look like AI? Maybe, actually. I didn't even think about it. ETF for individuals? It depends on how many, what's it called? It depends on how much time you have to put towards it. But I remember banning you several times with a name like that. So why are you acting dumb? Okay. So I don't know, you guys. Just, you know what you want some, you know what it is. You got the long term. And you guys could follow along very, very well. But that's what I'm saying, bro. There's no way it's been 5 years, even from last year. So I want y'all to really step into it. But if if I get the vibe, it's playing around. We're not just like last year, man. I don't think we're gonna deal with it. The locked in, I think it's $50 a month. Should be on there. But you could also go check instead of spamming the chat, but I appreciate you. Good Mexican stocks? It's a good question. I don't know. I like EWW, but yeah. For pennies a day. I think it's $1 a day. $2 a day. The delay is painful. So yeah, it's about, well, like you just said, it's $2 a day. So it can't be that painful. It's just really, you see what I'm saying? Especially if you're going to insist that it's hurting you. But like I'm telling you, long term last year, Just remember, we had you a lot of things served up. You got intel before the government, dog. Intel before the government. So yeah, that's why. But like, that's what I need to see more of. I felt bad. The plays are great when they all hit, but if it causes a gambling addiction and then 3 years later you ain't got no long term, that's definitely not what we're trying to accomplish. $1.64 a day to be exact. Wow, it's amazing. And then again, I'm down to share the more broader term ideas with you guys. Like I'm telling you, sell America. That, when the time comes, maybe the delay will be important for that trade, but you are very, very ahead of this. It's understanding the wind and where it's blowing towards, and that's towards this narrative that they pushed a lot last year. And it's still the beginning of the year too, you guys, so I encourage you to adjust with it, focus on your long term, get it where you see in here, yeah, man, just go from there. Because that's what I'm saying. Just don't. I'm surprised. Just don't miss the opportunity for the beginning of the year shenanigans. Not positioning the right way and what you're focusing on. I'm telling you that sell the America trade for now. We already talked about the space stocks this year, and you kind of already saw how those played out. Got you a lot of rumors this year and or this morning, and gave you a whole list of plays. Do you guys? That was just an hour or two ago. So I'm saying, you keep focusing on what you don't have, you are going to ignore everything that is right in front of you. So that's a phenomenon of life, they say. And then just get a long term. Just get a long term. Yeah, the intel was crazy timing wise, but then also remember, we were building up cash. We took stuff at the bottom. We got some of the other stuff, but then we built up cash for like 4 or 5 months, and that one, though, I felt it was time, and we went all in on it. So that was even better. And then that's why last year, too, I wanted to only post long-term videos on the trading fraternity to make it simple. That video came out a week before. So, and that's what I'm saying. This year, too, I'm going to do the exact same thing. I want to make it easier for you guys, and that's why you didn't need a delay for that. And it was really, really far ahead, but I'm shocked, kind of. Again, you could even see the comments. Some people were still more doubtful, but that one was you had about a week or two of timing on that, let alone I would argue even a month. Yeah, so remember, I just didn't post a lot of videos last year so that you could follow along with the long term that did better than the NASDAQ, better than the S&P, everything. And that was on a very difficult year where the Sell America trade was very apparent and people were making up a lot of bullshit. So, like I'm saying, look, this was when we did and it was rebuilding. And like, where is this? We did, and it's easily, where's the thesis I was already thinking of. Did I show the account? Am I laying in the bed? I don't know if we should go. Yeah, somewhere down, and thankfully, yeah, this was August 17th. That was before the government announced it. That's the crazy part. And so that means we were already positioned, and then we did the video a little bit later. So that's when that one, it was the sizing of it, which I think should have sent more of the message. What's that, SRPT? They're at the JP Morgan thing today too. They're coming out with a headline. Biohaven. They're at JP Morgan. BHVN, that was on the list. That was on this morning. So yeah, damn, that one ripped right at 11:30, huh? So yeah, that was on those set of stocks I gave you in the morning. So there's BBIO, if you guys want, BBIO, LMRI, Maze, Biohaven, Grawl. That was, again, we saw Grawl go up. ARWR, BMY, J&J, NC, TXJ, IRTC, CRISPR, PTCT, CBIL, Sarepta. We just got a headline on that. ALNY, XCNE. Here, I'll just put it up. So remember, this is what we went over at 6:30ish today. Why you look like this, Habibi? So that's what I'm saying. That you don't need a second by second, baby. You had 2.5 hours on this one. Why y'all playing me, dog? Why y'all playing me? Lemonade. That's nothing related to it, but yeah. If you guys, I told you guys, screenshot this Because then if you have this and if you see those names running, or now after watching a couple of them, if they haven't moved yet, you could take the risk and front run. But I'm gonna leave that one to you. You know, giving you guys some room to learn, make a decision. But you are getting accurate information very, very early. Any of the intel? Well, I only have the long term. I have my options on there, but I'm not. I mean, do whatever you want with that. Selling America. Well, did you watch the market last year? Do you remember in the beginning of the year around the tariff timing? People would bring this up, and they were bringing up the drama with the Fed, and then you had that whole thing with Tim Scott and Powell and Trump visiting the building, and really it just led to gold and silver moving, the dollar going down, people doubting tech for a little bit, and then tech was the first to rebound, and then it was a solid month or two in the beginning where a lot of the money moved straight into European equities that were underperforming. So that's what it was. But I think that was the biggest outcome from all of it was Europe, gold and silver, and then tech doubt for a little bit. It did give you a jump there on tech for a little bit. You got a little bit of a decline. Oh, Midwest, baby. God bless you. So yeah. The stream at 6, but I think tomorrow we're gonna start at 6:30 for you guys, because again, if you guys are making me explain all this shit and having to break it down, I think we're gonna go back to the 6:30 start, and then the locked in will begin at 6 and just call it a day. That's what I said. I was gonna try it out this as we started off. I'll keep the chat open, but I think we're gonna go back to locked in at 6 a.m. Because again, I mean, I've had 5 people complain about a delay today, and go look up every single one of these. I mean, we covered these in the morning. I'm saying I woke up at 4 a.m. to bring you this. Yeah. And why didn't you take it? You should have took it. You're complaining about 60 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 for an hour. So yeah. If you were hanging out here, it would have been live, but we'll be back to the 8:30 schedule for the non-locked in. And that's what I'm saying. Any of these plays, if you really want to front run them, you can. You could just see which ones have gone up or not. So some of them haven't or not, but we saw the growl start to go up a little bit. I like the bigger cap ones, but sometimes they don't hit the same way on these events. Wheat and corn going up. Yeah, Boston. I can't wait to hear all of the Fed people. I stand with Powell. I stand with Powell. I bet you I could find you screenshots from last year about the what's it called? About the Sell America trade. Because remember, I was shocked when I remember the euro breaking out. I was tripping, and that was part of it. Let me see. May. Oh, it's probably in my other folder. Yeah, this was all like May. People were still freaking out then. They weren't as, and then we were talking tariffs. That was when we got some of the silver stuff. And that's what I'm saying. That's where silver started to really take off. So there was the first part in the beginning and then the middle. Silver coins in triple digits? No. Well, remember in China, I don't even know the Shanghai rate.
Because remember, last time when it was at like 70, it was already up near 100. So it was at some point they were trading there. No, punish everyone. No, it's not that. I said it when we came back last week. I said I'll try the mornings out for a little bit, and I'll see. But yeah, I don't know. I want to make sure to start off this year, though. I feel like some people we're still got a little bit of a divide in terms of locking in, and I don't think your attitude really. I don't think you're aligning on the good side. I'm not like, yeah, I want to help out that guy in the morning. To be honest with you. So I just want people to really pay attention, and either way you get your long term. If the $1.60 a day is what you're gonna be willing to trash a relationship over, then be my guest. But you gotta still get a long term, and I'll take care of you for free $99 on that one. But it's slow, but it works. And yeah, we'll cover them all, because like I'm saying, I've been sharing all this stuff. I didn't even know even fucking Iran is trending on Twitter. So again, a lot of these you had in the morning. And when I get this info, I'll share it in the morning. It'll just be a little bit more throughout the day. Where is it? What was I going to look up? Shanghai? Let's go to eBay, actually. 1 ounce silver egal. Yeah, 104, 110, 101.95. This is disgusting. You know that? This is dirty. Yeah, bro. So I don't, again, you could go, it's really hard to get the Chinese data. It's not as reliable, and then again, there is you have a difference in pricing, even with the, what's it called? The Chinese yuan. But even then, after premium pricing, everything, these are going for triple digits, which is crazy. What is it? They got live videos on eBay? Hold on, I've never seen this. I know they've had it, but I've never seen it come up. And you could bid on it? How do I turn up the audio, bro? I don't see any audio. Holy, this is fully China. Likelihood of sell America trade like last year. I mean, at this point, I'd say it's a little bit more than 50-50, but it's going to be different. It's going to be a different scope, because last year it correlated with the tariffs. So they took Trump's 100% tariffs. It was unknown to everybody. Everybody was freaking out, and then they paired that up. Fed independence plus tariffs. Sell America, everything's going to be bad. The dollar debasement. So this right now, it correlates more with the dollar debasement trade that we were talking about not too long ago. But yeah, it's gonna be there. So we'll see. Your journey there. Yeah, if you go to the trading fraternity, I post a screenshot of the whole portfolio on every video. So then it changes very, very slowly. So yeah, you definitely could start there. It's a good idea. But yeah, you are going to get it's going to be a different variation of last year. But that's why it's the way it leads into that is kind of the point. The irony is when it goes up, the currency is being devalued and you can't sell your physical. Well, you can, but I feel you in the sense of because that's what I was saying. Oh, I didn't see the top. I wanted to hear that, bro. But I might go back to that. But the whole point is why is it going up like that? And then, because I have a bunch of silver, I want to sell it. But then I'm what am I going to buy with it? I don't know where I'd put the dollar.
Hold on, I want to see that live video again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Damn, some classics.
1935.
Yo, TSM. I don't know if
Thank
that's their
you.
sales
I'm just,
update.
You know, I'm not used to it. That is what it is. I never break a nail. Knock on wood.
I don't know how I feel about this.
No,
Nice
I
nails,
never.
breaking nails, silver eagles.
They're sturdy.
That's because I don't get them like done.
Acrylic? Yeah.
You guys know what acrylics are?
Yeah, mine are.
They're bidding on these?
Yeah.
Rod is winning? 29 bucks?
If I had real nails, they would break.
That's amazing. Dude, you know this is like super big in China for the last like 10 years almost. Novartis says capital allocation priorities remain unchanged. And yeah, look at TSM. They got a little bit of a pop. That's amazing. He did something to cap the rates that will not offer debt to high-risk individuals. Yeah, that's what people have been saying to the... That's why they were saying it's a bad idea. I've never thought I'd see so many people rush to the defense of credit card companies, but I guess there's only one way to find out. Taiwan trade deal to reduce tariffs on island exports to 15%. Oh, no way. A little trade deal news? Oh, dude, a little trade deal? Oh, I got a little tariff, dude. A little tariff reduction, dude. When was the last time we heard one of those? If it hits 125, you're gonna sell a brick. Well, what's the difference in it now? Because I think you could get like 90 bucks an ounce for a brick right now. It's at 85. I think there's a little bit of premium. I guess that's a 50% difference. Is the difference between 8,500 and 12,500? That's so fucking insane. Dog, those bricks were $1,000. $2,000 not too long ago. You sold some? All the shops paid you spot minus 10? Yeah, we talked about that a little bit. That was kind of the issue. It all depends where you are. I'm telling you, my previous knowledge of the silver and gold and how to sell it's very, very different right now. And then if it's older, the quality, there's so many different factors. Pat? Yeah, that's the buy now pay laters went up on the news earlier. I don't know if they held, but yeah. Well, I saw consumers mad about it. I saw some consumers complain that it was going to lead to people not getting credit. So I saw consumers complain about it. It's actually crazy. Hey, yo, Intel's flushing. That could be on the Taiwan news. Low key. Think about it. You just had TSM up. They lowered the tariff stuff, and then now you have Intel going down. So that may be your issue, brother. Yeah, the silver, you guys don't remember. I told you this. I tell you this every time it goes crazy. Not as often, but it comes up every now and then. But do you remember? I was telling you guys, like on the black market, like pretty much, like this has been around forever. It really used to be, like, that's the crazy part, is that the higher prices go, the more viable it is to scam. Does that make sense? So there's a couple plays too. CRI and Bodhi are at a ICR conference. That's coming up now. But like the higher prices go, it's more viable to scam. That's what's crazy. Because like think about it with silver. Silver used to only be like 20 bucks an ounce, 30 bucks an ounce. What type of fucking scam are people going to pull? Now if you could get fucking 90 bucks an ounce, now there's a little bit more margin. But back in the day, it used to be fake Pamp bars. So you know the Pamp Suisse bars? Pamp Suisse Gold. It'll be. I have one that's blue. I didn't know they got these in red. Is that the China one? But it would be these gold ounce bars that like came. They would like come in these little like protected cases. They would have a certificate number, a QR code, all of that. So people were faking these. So they would put fake gold because no one ever opens it. And then, yeah, this is when gold was like $1,600, $2,000 an ounce. So yeah, you do got to be careful. That's what I always say. If you are going to buy gold, you want to buy it from a reputable dealer. Yeah, I had that. I remember earlier, I was like, damn, that thing's still ripping, but I don't know what the headline is on that. Shout out the Hunt brothers. We gonna corner the market. Shouldn't you get spot plus premium in this market if you sell it individually? So if you go and sell it online right now, like if you sell it on eBay, you're still gonna pay the eBay fees. But yeah, you'll get premium for it. But if you want to take it to a dealer and get money right now, sadly they're buying it at spot minus. So you have to take a discount to sell it right now. It's so odd, bro. That's why when we had this talk before I left last year, and we got to even talk to one of the Chads who had a company. He's just that was the best idea that I heard. Shout out to Chad, baby. And he was just pretty much like consigning it for people, because then that way he didn't have to put up the money. And then I called a bunch of random silver dealers all around the country, gold and silver, and some of them were saying they'd buy it for like $1 minus, $10 minus, and then some people, they were just like, I don't want to buy it right now, because some people didn't want to take the risk. Yeah, it's decent arbitrage, but it's only gone up right now. That's the fucked up part, because if it was when we were calling at $70, if you buy someone's silver at $75 and then it goes down to 60, you just got washed as a dealer. But then if it goes up, you're like, yeah, motherfucker. So it's, in a weird way, it's kind of like the dealers trading on it, and then it's extremely volatile as of now. And like every 2 weeks, they're like, it's gonna go down, and it doesn't fucking go down. So yeah, no Baba China news, just Ripperoonie. Again, it was up in China, had a good day, but that was about it. Yeah, I think it's like Tennessee. Doesn't Tennessee and Kentucky, they don't have taxes on it. And Vico CEO to leave company. It's a European. The highest discount you should give when selling gold and silver? It depends where you're located. I mean, again, we called people and got them to say $1 below spot. That was the best price that I found. Otherwise, you calculate it, go see how much it costs to sell it on eBay, and then just how much would you be getting minus the fees. So adjust the fees into the cost basis. So like if it's $100 in fees to sell 100 ounces, that's $1 minus spot. But then you might even get more on eBay. That's the crazy part. Platinum, remember, platinum moved a little bit beginning of last year, so maybe it has a similar comeback, but other than that, it's not it just has to kind of go up with all the other commodities. But I don't know much about platinum. Remember, we were talking about that when that was occurring. I was like, dude, I don't know much about platinum, but it was kind of moving outside of the range, doing its own thing. It got a little hot last year too, and that did correlate around some of the dollar debasement Sell America trade. Does platinum have the same application? No, I don't think you could use it in solar. You could use it as a catalytic converter. But yeah, that's the thing. I think silver right now is part of the energy trade. Energy, war, AI. I mean, we've been going over this for a minute. Copper relates to it. Copper and silver, there's a substitution. And that's the fascinating part. So that's why, like, if you get up to a certain price, copper becomes a real viable substitute for silver. Yeah, they're repumping the trade deal stuff with Taiwan. That's why Intel, I think, reacted like that. NKLR? Was that on the list? No, check NKLR. I don't know if it says 630, but it's stuck at 5. Always be my long term. Yeah, It's sweet green with the hot honey chicken. Chipotle with the red chimichurri. Nah, dog, you don't. I try to put you on, bro. What is it? The vinaigrette. It's Chipotle, dog. It's Chipotle. But I like the hot honey chicken from Sweet Greens. I fuck with that. Chris. Yeah, Nvidia's going up too. I don't know if TSM's still going. And then IRTC, I don't know if they moved around a little bit. They may be at the conference with not much. Chris is getting volume now. That's a bigger stock, but they're today. CRISPR, and again, the gene editing stocks, they got that FDA news in the morning. Tesla running on rumors of no SpaceX IPO. That Tesla and SpaceX will merge. Oh, shit. Well, if that happened, that would kind of... that would bring the gains to Tesla, and it would kind of take some of the steam out of the other ones. I think that would be a better move for Elon. I don't know. I can't verify that, but sounds good in theory. So we should start loading the boat on copper now. If you think that silver will go above $138 an ounce, I believe. Or like Nvidia's ripping now again. So you just got the TSM news. You try to sell junk silver to be refined, they aren't taking it. Yeah, that's what the chat said. If it's like older silver, or depending on the silver quantity, isn't it like older silver is hard to refine now? We heard about that. That was fascinating as well. But yeah, if you think silver is going to go above 138 or something, it's like 120 to 130, that's like the break even, where it becomes more viable to use copper than silver. At that point, then yeah, you should buy the fuck out of copper. But then if silver stays between 75 and 100 for the rest of the year, which is still like, what, 30%, then copper will just do whatever it wants. And then if it goes down, you're going to be fucked. You have 300 to 400 pounds of physical copper. Should I cash it now or wait till I get it for free through your job? I mean, again, just like I said here, how do you have a couple 100 pounds? How much is a couple 100 pounds? I don't know. That's just heavy. But it really depends on what you think silver is going to do. Because again, if at that point, if silver gets so ridiculous, copper will become the cheaper alternative. And if silver gets driven up by that demand, then you're going to need copper to fulfill the demand. So either way, I'm sure it's at a higher price now. I mean, it's really like I sold a silver play for 1,000%. I thought I made a good trade, and then the next day it's up another 1,000%. It's kind of one of those talks. So, and then again, if it did come back down, copper's at 6. Yeah, copper's still cheaper though, relatively. But then copper, I mean, since 2022, you're up almost 100%. From beginning to last year, you're up 50% on that copper. So yeah, copper is even at the breakout price. So, but does that make sense? So like, think about it. Copper's at $6 an ounce right now. It's nothing. So, but like, so if silver, silver gets high enough, people are going to switch to the cheaper alternative. And then that would give you a lot more room to run up copper. But then that takes like, at fastest is 18 months to really make a viable shift from silver to copper. And then if silver ever comes back down, motherfuckers are probably going to go right back to silver. So yeah. It's $7 a pound? This ain't per ounce? Oh, what the fuck? Aren't bananas like $6 a pound? Oh, I swear I thought that was an ounce. No fucking way. Yeah, bro. What do you mean, dog? You ever been a Whole Foods, dog? A banana is like $6 a pound nowadays, man. But that's crazy. Bow, 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 bow. So yeah, maybe hold a little bit, but if that 50% gain on the year is like good. But really, it's like if silver really goes bonkers, and again, silver has already gone bonkers. That's your risk. You get what I'm saying? Like, silver has already gone absolutely insane. So it's like, it's, if it goes double insane, then yeah, you're going to be very happy you had that copper. Otherwise, if it comes down, then that's it. There's nothing else. That's per pound. That's crazy. $6 a pound? So you ain't even at ounces yet. That's a way better deal. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, that's why silver goes up enough. You could, what you would use industrially for silver, you could shift it to copper. But then it costs money. That's why there's a break even, because you would have to spend money to get the copper to be able to use it in the same production. And then that way, but then the actual material is just way cheaper. Always be my baby. A long term, well, a long term. Dude, it really is $6 a pound. That's fucking nothing comparatively. But then again, I remember when copper was at 3. I always thought it was an ounce. Damn, so them crackheads really... You know what I'm saying? Like, would they be like going and scraping them up and they're like, that's why they went for catalytic converters. Yeah, bro, but still, I know. I remember, bro, people even, they be stealing the electricity. You know the, what's it called? You know the, what's it called? The, like, they were stealing, the Tesla EV charger. Some kid died. You know that? Some kid tried to jack all the copper from the electrical supercharger. Yeah. And then he got fucked up and he got electrocuted and died. And then they sued him. Or it was the city, actually. And they sued the city. I know. Is that why homeboy stole my panel? I'm telling you, I would have paid him to fucking go home. Little dickhead. Can't believe it. Yeah, $6 per pound. But dude, they had to really work for that. It's just a pound? What do you mean $6? You better off jacking bananas. How come nobody's stealing bananas? It makes no sense. Amazing. Use the cash copper in at $1.20. That's what I'm saying. I remember when it was at $3. So that's why it's kind of crazy. $6 seems like, because again, copper is very amply supplied. You could get copper all over the place, relatively speaking. It's in everything too. But yeah, they've all gone up. Yeah, good discussion though. But this is what I was talking about in the silver video. Right before New Year's. Oh my gosh, it's already 9:30. Habibi. Yeah, I think it was in California. Yeah, Warburg Pincus said to target 1.5 for European defense. That's going to be part of the Sell America trade, because now people are hyping up the European defense spending. It's just like last year. That's the fucked up part. None of this is like relative. This isn't fresh. This isn't new. You know what I'm saying? And then Chipotle above 40. So yeah, it was in California. Some kid was like trying to steal the copper from the electric chargers, and then it was still like wired up, and then he cut through it and then just electrocuted to death, and then his family sued the city. Even though they put like a bunch of safety stuff to prevent that, they're like, well, yeah, if you take fucking pliers through it, there's only so much we could do. But yeah, I think they were held at fault. It's already 9:30, dog. We really out here. We really out here. LAR. That one took off. Tesla live on CNBC. Bill Baruch announces he bought. If he brings up the SpaceX stuff, that's a good idea. But then again, like we said, the space rumors and all that, that would definitely take the light out of some of it. Well, yeah, well, that's why we're saying, though, the only way the copper trade really goes crazy is if silver hits above, like, 120. That's where people will, like, literally start moving production. It would have to get to 120 and then stay there for a decent amount of time. Because, again, like, part of it has to do with the time to convert it. Anything you would use for silver, you'd have to convert to copper. And yeah, baby. Let's go. Let's go. 9:30. I would like push-ups. You haven't been here. The vibe is different. I don't know. Well, can you send me your long-term? Because that's what I've been at. I want to see people's long-terms if you haven't been here. I'm running a test. But if you got a long-term, man, email it to me. Otherwise, in the meantime, hit a push-up, baby. Hit a push-up. You remember those? Every hour, get beside your desk, get the body moving. Otherwise, you gonna have bad range of motion like Josh. You know I got bad range of motion, and I've been doing push-ups. That's the fucked up part. So I could only imagine if I wasn't doing push-ups. But yeah, man, get beside your desk. 10 push-ups, chest to the sun. Flex the core, tuck the hips in. Let's go, baby. You good? And deep breath, actually. Just breathe, baby. Just breathe. Yeah, man, and get a long-term. And then relax your eyeballs. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, how can you not love it? A deep breath, a relaxation of the eyeballs, a movement of the body. What? How? Come on. There's no way you don't like that. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Yeah, I gotta do my 90-90s. I gotta get some moving on here. I think the space stocks are bullshit, but I think they have a chance to bubble up for a couple of catalysts. And there's some people who like the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, bullshit is bullshit. But to a bunch of bulls, bullshit is home. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's as philosophical as I wanted it to be. But so you know what I'm saying, bro? You know what I'm saying? You gotta really get it, man. You gotta really get it. But otherwise, we did talk about that. They have kind of started off this year pretty good. How much heavier do you think the product will be because of copper? A lot heavier, actually, considering it's operating by the pound. But you know, for some of the stuff they're using it for, like solar panels, I don't think it matters as much. Like it wouldn't be solar panels for like roofs, but it'd be like solar panels in fields to start powering data centers, because it's gonna still take you a couple years to get the nuclear online. So that's kind of the whole logic. Ash. Silver impacts Mar hair. I'm doing the other side though, so hold on. Do a push-up and we'll talk more silver. Oh, all right, I got one more set. So here, we'll get back to this talk in a real second, okay? And it's just all you got to do, man. But yeah, I gotta get my stretch in, bro. I'm getting fucking old. You know what I'm saying? Oh no, let's listen to Powell. Let's listen to now Powell back in the day lying to everybody. They don't like that. Bullshit bullies to a bunch of bulls, you know what I'm saying?
Just
all right, man.
giving us an opportunity to go back to the spending at the Fed for the construction, and you said that the items that were listed are not happening. I will say that the National Capital Planning Commission website, ncpc.gov, anyone can take a look at it for themselves, not just looking or listening to the New York Post, not just the Wall Street Journal, but page 129 of the final plans reflected rooftop garden terraces. The page 127 and 129 were where we found the ornate water features and final plans. The new elevators that dropped board members off at the VIP dining suite was page 37 of the final plans. The white marble was pages 40, 41, 65 of the final plans. I would welcome your staff coming in to walk my staff through what is happening there, as opposed to what we not only read in the New York Post, not only in the Wall Street Journal, but also at the National Capital Planning Commission's website. So we would welcome that opportunity to have a.
Can I just quickly say, some of those are just flatly misleading. The idea of elevators, it's the same elevator. It's been there since the building was built. So that's a mischaracterization. And some of those are no longer in the plans. They've, that's earlier. The plans have continued to evolve.
That was one of the questions I asked my staff before having the conversation with you in the preparation, and assuming that your response would be to refute some of the things that were happening, was to ask the question, well, since the articles came out in April, have the plans changed since April as a result of the media attention to it, or was that just never in the plan? I would just say that having a clear understanding of what's going to be and when it changed would be helpful for us. I will note that having confidence in what we hear is incredibly important, and I would give you the opportunity to bring your team in and or send your team over so that we can have that conversation. That would be helpful.
Look forward to doing that. And if you'll allow me to say one more sentence, none of those things were the cost drivers. The real thing is what were the cost drivers that caused the spending to increase, and we have those too, but those are not the things that did that.
Well, I don't want to
look forward to the conversation.
I don't want to eat into Bernie Moreno's time because he's kind of cranky when I do. I would just suggest that
bro, he tried to save him. So again, that's why he said, well, even though we read articles and it sounded like they were trying to drag your name through the mud, we went through the fucking document and it said there's ornate water features and elevators to the VIP lounge. And then Powell said that is flatly miscategorized, even though it was 100% accurate. And then we started off this whole debacle last year, and now today Powell is acting like he was nonpartisan the whole time, even though he's one of the only Fed people to cut before an election. You guys know that, right? So that's why I'm saying I would be totally having Powell's back if his recent track record didn't reflect that. But all you should care about is the dollar debasement and the sell America trade that this type of drama leads to. Ta-da! Yeah, Sarepta, that was the one. That was on the list. What time is it right now? So 12:40, you're getting through there. Let me... 12:40. Ghost ride the whip. When you get a long term, So 12 in like 5 minutes, you're gonna get BLLN, INSP, INNV, ADMA, Pfizer, Cytokinesis, Nibix, Summit, ROG, ZTS, RMD, and then that's to like 1:30. But 12:45, there's like 5 different names that come up at the JP Morgan conference. So again, we're getting a couple movements, nothing like too dramatic, but I mean 12% on Sarepta is pretty big. But again, they've also had a fuck ton of drama. Yeah, literally said, "Are you sure?" And then no, Powell doubled down. So it's unfortunate. That's not even again, we were all pretty mad at transitory, but we memory hold that one. Imagine $8 trillion, $9 trillion deep in money supply. Some of the brightest minds in the world at the Federal Reserve. Mind you, they were all insider trading. And now they want to say nonpartisan. No one's above the law. Meanwhile, they're like, nah, it's transitory. How do you think Biden? What do you think that did for Biden? Imagine Biden for half of his term with 9% inflation, $4 trillion printed, and he had a Fed guy and the whole entire Fed not making a fucking peep about inflation and the rising cost of anything. And they were cutting rates and then kept them at zero until houses absolutely exploded and you were paying fucking thousands of dollars for graphics cards just so you can mine a fucking Bitcoin. Or you don't, what? So I don't know, man. I feel like the crossover from like the little Reddit politicians who somehow trade stocks and everybody acting like Powell is fucking Jesus. And this is coming from the guy who has watched every single Powell from the day he was our Fed chair and has taken fucking, I got notes, motherfucker. I got notes. I don't know. Y'all playing, man. So yeah, unfortunately, I remember too much of Sir Powell.
Still like him. He's still one of, out of Yellen, Bernanke, Greenspan, you name it. He's still one of the best Fed chairs, and you know, he didn't start fumbling till then. And I could have looked past transitory, but then to top it all off, cutting interest rates right before an election, and then fucking playing the victim card out of nowhere, saying it's all political and that he did all of everything non-politically, that's quite frankly a very nicely well-presented pile of bullshit. So forgive me for being too straightforward, but yeah, that is sadly the reality in my reality. But I guess we all have different realities nowadays. Well, you can't ignore reality. You just can't ignore the consequences. That's California. Okay, so where were we? Copper, you guys were saying it'd be heavier. What was the other question? Somebody said something. I think it had to do with the prices. So pretty much, again, that's why we're saying, like, oh, you said if items go higher because of copper or silver, what would happen to the people who use silver in production? They would either switch to copper or they would switch to silver, and then that would impact their margins. Or they try to raise the price. So we'll see. He must be squeaky clean. He is. He hasn't done much that was too bad. That's what I'm saying. Like, he had every right to cut before an election. Just, you know, like 70 years of the Fed, it's considered bad form and very political. So that's why, you know, but you can't fire him for that. But some of his stuff as of late isn't really, you know, it's affected people, but it's not like he was pretty bad before that. So it's, in the reality is just like he lied under oath. I don't know why everybody like even you, Mr. Mitchell. I see like you're taking offense to Powell. You know, leave the Trump out of it, please. I encourage you. But like straight up, did you not see that video? He lied under oath in front of Congress, where he had a question that was trying to help him. And they tried to assist him and say, hey, we looked at the plans, and he doubled down on it twice. Under that, so you got to realize, you bring the Fed chair, you give him the Bible, put him under oath. He is the congressmen can lie. You guys know that, right? There is a law that protects the congressmen from lying. That doesn't matter. Congressmen could lie. That's a fact in American politics. You can, because that way you don't hold it against them. They can't be indicted. They can't be charged or subpoenaed, because then that way you'd go after politicians. But Powell he's answering to Congress. So Congress can lie about everything and they won't get in trouble. But the person who puts their hand on the Bible and is supposed to be there answering all of the questions, they have to tell the truth. So whatever Powell did or didn't do in his history of 8 years, that's fine. But the fact of the matter, this clip that I keep playing over and over again, and that we've played from last year, he lied. Or it just wasn't, he said he doubled down, had 2 times. They even tried to help him, and he said that that wasn't in the plans when they were. So why did he just not, either he didn't know, and maybe he made a mistake, but even a lawyer will tell you, ignorance does not negate your liability. Are you guys familiar with that? So if you go and trespass, you go and do something, you swerve out the way and hit somebody, it doesn't fucking matter if you were ignorant or unless it was the only way possible to protect yourself. He is still liable for what he said on there. And as a lawyer, you would expect him to either understand that, or he would have just said, I don't know, I'll double check. And even Tim Scott gave him the opportunity to back out and say, I'll double check, and he didn't. He doubled down and said that was flatly wrong and falsely misleading, or flatly misleading, when in fact it was actually 100% accurate as to what is on the plans. So regardless of what Powell did or didn't do, and he is squeaky clean, but this is just, he lied in front of Congress. That's it. That's the reality of the situation. He got before Congress, was under oath. They could have said whatever they wanted, but Powell did not say the truth. That's very objective.
And that's why I'm saying it's very unfortunate. And I could bring up the politics, but that's why it's odd that Powell's bringing up the politics, because that's not what it's about. The politics distracts everybody from what the fuck just happened. And this was a year ago. He lied in front of Congress. That's it. That's all. I could play the clip again. This is a lie. That's whether it was an ignorance, a mistake, the liability is a lie.
Go back to the
I played this 4 times.
Bed for the construction, and you said that the items that were listed are not happening.
See?
I will say that the National Capital Planning Commission website, ncpc.gov, anyone can take a look at it for themselves, not just looking or listening to the.
So he's saying, because they put out a Washington Post, and he said, no, you said that none of this stuff is happening. He's saying, I took a look. Do you want an opportunity to explain it? Or he's saying, maybe you didn't see the update.
New York Post, not just the Wall Street Journal, but page 129 of the final plans reflected rooftop garden terraces.
This is what the subpoena is over.
127 and 129 where we found the ornate water features and final plans. The new elevators that drop board members off at the VIP dining suite was page 37 of the final plans. The white marble was pages 40, 41,
he even gave him an
out,
bro.
Plans.
It's
wicked. I would welcome your staff coming in to walk my staff through what is happening there, as opposed to what we not have only read in the New York Post, not only in the Wall Street Journal, but also at the National Capital Planning Commission's website. So we would welcome that opportunity to have a.
Can I just quickly say, some of those are just flatly misleading. The idea of elevators, it's the same elevator. It's been there since the building was built. So that's a mischaracterization. And some of those are no longer in the plans. That's
a lie. They were in the plans. And listen, he's going to even tell him it was in the plans.
It continued to evolve.
Oh, man.
That was one of the questions I asked my staff before having the conversation with you in the preparation, and assuming that your response would be to refute some of the things that were happening, was to ask the question, well, since the articles came out in April, have the plans changed since April?
He's giving him an out. He's like, listen, this is already in the plans. You just said it's not. And he's saying, well, we knew maybe it's because it was updated.
April,
and he doubles down.
The media attention to it, or was that just never in the plan? I would just say that having an clear understanding of what's going to be,
this is his boy.
Change would be helpful for us. I will note that having confidence in what we hear is incredibly important, and I would give you the opportunity to bring your team in and or send your team over so that we can have that conversation. That would be helpful.
Look forward to doing that. And if you'll allow me to say one more sentence, none of those things were the cost drivers. The real thing is
it's just, unfortunately, whatever it is, man. All it is he lied in front of Congress. That's all it was. It was he said it was a mischaracterization when in fact he mischaracterized it, and it could have been through ignorance. It really could have. I would have accepted that if he should have said it. He should have said, "I'll take a look." That's what I'm saying. He said, maybe I haven't seen the update. But I think he was pretty pissed off at everything. And I think this whole time, Powell got defensive. For 8 years, we've never seen Powell get defensive. And sadly, that was sadly his bad moment. And again, is it minor? Yes. It's minor in the grand scope of things. But as far as lying in front of Congress, he lied before Congress. That's just all it is, and unfortunately, they will use that, and they can use that. But he was not really accurate or truthful ahead of Congress, and that unfortunately is a violation. So it is what it is, but that's why it's like this drama. It is kind of stupid, but it is now. The fact that it got criminally referred is one thing, and then I'll tell you this now. Notice Trump hasn't said anything yet. That's the weirdest part about this so far. So we'll see. That video means nothing. No. He lied. Yeah, that's what it means. Because he asked him and he said it was flatly misleading, when in fact, Tim Scott even said, we figured you might say that. Have you looked at the plans? And Powell doubled down on his answer multiple times throughout that. So unfortunately, that's why I love objectivity, is that you just can't try to add to it, but at bare minimum, he was inaccurate, whether it was a mental error or not, but the way he was defensive about it, it's perceived as either a lie or grossly inaccurate ahead of Congress while he is under oath.
That's it. Any American in this country, if you went before Congress and were that incorrect after clarification, you let's just say you wouldn't be getting the same sort of benefit of the doubt. It's very simple. You want to watch the video again? I can't listen. Not too many people lie before Congress, so we only have this clip. I mean, it doesn't happen every day. Oh man. So other than that, I mean, it is what it is. But it's just I do think it is a lie, and unfortunately, as how good Powell has been at other times, I wish he just said something else. But unfortunately, I see where they're getting their ammo from. Do you get what I'm saying? He's right there. I'll play it again for you in a little bit, but I have played this video 5 times just today, and I think the first time I played it about 5 to 10 times. So that's all. If he said any different answer, he wouldn't have any reaction. You couldn't say that. If Powell said there is elevators, if he said, well, maybe the plans changed, and then he said it was misleading, but you could even tell by Tim Scott's answer that Powell said the wrong answer, unfortunately. And it could have been an ignorance, it could have been a mental error, but when you're doubling down saying that is not in the plans and it's in the plans, and you're under oath, and then on top of it, you're spending $4 billion, and you're trying to obfuscate what's in the actual details, it doesn't look good. Yeah, exactly. You should have said, I'm not sure, I will take a look. Maybe it changed, I will take a look. You said that, nobody has any ammo. Unfortunately, that's a silver bullet to say, on video, this guy lied. And again, I like Powell, but that's not, it's just, unfortunately, it was not accurate. And as a Fed chair under oath in Congress, and then after clarification, he should be held to a higher standard. This was where Powell lost leverage. That's what I'm trying to show you guys. That's all I'm trying to explain to you, is that legally, on the basis of it, that you could go after this. That's all. If Powell said something different, all of this would just be fucking blowing smoke up his ass. And Trump, the DOJ, would have no leg to stand on. And that's why I'm surprised Powell, as a lawyer, isn't saying, yes, I'm confident. I look forward to the innocence of this yibbity bobbity boo, as most people would. But to now, I'm surprised Powell tried to make this about politics. The same guy that cut before, but all of that is extra. All that matters is this is your bullet. This is where all of the ammo came from. Yeah, but it was in April. And even Tim Scott reminded him that the plans were just updated after Powell said that wasn't included. And then Tim Scott said, no, that's in there. Would you like to come to my office and we could talk further? And then Powell just kept going along the lines of, this isn't affecting the budget, or that's not where the cost came from, and yibbity bobbity boo, but all of it just was not true, because there was a filed recent plan in May or April. So if he didn't say that, all this would be bullshit, but this is where that case is being formulated around. He did. He had a very good run. He saved a lot of people in 2020. He just kind of went down a little bit down his own road. The Federal Reserve should exist? Yes. I like the Fed. I'd always tell Pfizer, they're at the meeting right now. They're dumping. They're doing, is it 12:45? 12:59. But yeah, the Fed, you need the Fed. I mean, remember, the Fed was created after like the Great Depression, really. And without the buyer of last resort, we would be a shit show. Now, I don't really support all of the stuff like, QE till infinity. But then again, I made my fortune off of QE. So thank you, free money. But at the same time, the Fed is a useful institution. So I'm not against it at all. But I do think more accountability would help, and I'm surprised that many Americans are not willing to view it that way. And like I'm saying, he was a I think there's other Fed chairs who have done a lot more destruction and were less helpful than Fed Chair Powell. Feels too gotcha? Maybe, but I think a lot of you are just, I think you're missing that you can't lie under oath. Does that make, this is not like a reporter gotcha type of question, and the guy asking him the question was trying to help him. He was trying to give Powell a way out. Do you guys not realize that? That's why he said, my team looked at it and we saw it was updated. But you just can't lie under oath. Are you guys? I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I can't even like have this conversation seriously anymore. Is that how far we have fallen here in this country? Do you guys know what perjury is? Are you guys familiar with yeah, thank you, Danny. Like, do you guys realize that's why we have law? Do you understand the judicial Mr. and Mrs. I blocked the tariffs. The judge says release the immigrants. Do you understand the process of? Oh my goodness. So yeah, man. But at the end of the day, that is where the dilemma is arise. This is not a reporter. This is not the media, and they were actually using a media article to clarify it on the record under oath. And unfortunately, Powell did have a little blunder. You could call it a blunder, or you could call it perjury, depending on how you want to look at it. Oh, man. God bless America. Where did the fight? Yeah, Tesla's still up. I had two of them. Fitch Ratings says yen expected to recover from the lows. A 10-year when issued for. That's the crazy part. All this is happening on bond issue day. Fucking pow. Damn, TSM again too. And then you got Sanofi giving a guidance here. Well, that was great. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in a call. Lulu's Fashion Lounge? What the fuck is this? This isn't Lululemon. Perjury requires intent? It does, and that's what they're going to investigate. If he was trying to protect his image, or if he was trying to hide something. Because again, the plans were there. Well, yeah, if you don't see it, you don't see it. But I mean, if you I think there's a lot of people who can't see it. And there's a lot of people who can't see it because it's clouded by a big cloud of politics from both sides. So, like I'm saying, unfortunately, as much as I like the guy Powell, and as much as I would hate to see a unindependent Fed chair and the Fed turning into something that is out of control in either direction, I could see where some people could lodge their complaints. Yeah, Pfizer is still going down a little bit more. So 15 minutes after their schedule at the conference. At the conference. They're trolling. No one's trolling you, actually. I think I'm gonna ban you for saying that. Because I'm being dead ass serious. So if you're gonna try to tell homeboy, I mean, again, you guys are terrible. But yeah, I don't know how you guys are missing out the perjury shit. But either way, yeah, I'm not trolling anybody. I'm being dead ass serious. I'd like to think I know more about Powell than a lot of people. Hence the last 8 years of documenting him. So, no. So yeah, you're welcome to deny it and be dumb about it and ignore perjury, but to throw doubt on a serious conversation, I'm not going to accept it, unfortunately. Sorry. Friedland discloses 5% stake in Lulu Fashion Land. What is it? Is it like Lululemon or is it a separate company? I've never heard of Lulu Fashion Lounge. Oh, it's like Brandy Melville. Online website for clothing, retail women's. Yeah, nothing to do with Lululemon. Very close ticker, LVLU. Hey, yo, did they just change the notes? Oh, shit. My notes just went to like a block format. That was scary. Zuckerberg announced new top. Oh yeah, that was a former Trump person that they put as like VP or something. That was in the morning. I don't think they even did that good. To see the proof, it's there, man. So 240. I hope you can respect it. I've allowed you to stay in here, but I'm not going to play the video again. We got to move on. I'll bring it up when I do it again, but if you're going to keep asking to see the evidence when I see it to you, this is like, yeah, you're being ridiculous now. So I don't want to ban you, man. You can move on though, but I just showed it to you. You didn't accept it. I'm going to ask that you do it on your own time, but you can't keep asking me. I'm laughing, but like I'm borderline going to ban you. I don't want to, man. I feel bad. But, you know, what you see is what you see. So I wish you the best of luck. But you have exhausted all questions on that comments. I think a lot of people in the chat would agree. The list of stocks? Yes. Oh, where is it? So it's in order, but like, yeah, you're already, so all of these are already later. So I think I read the other ones, but these are the ones for the rest of the day. And then when we're done with Philo, I could go over the ones that will happen at night. But yeah. So just in case. So like I said, we just had Pfizer, so you just saw this one move, but these are the ones remaining for the rest of the day. the tariffs. They might. If they kick the can on Wednesday, they could take it out to June. Which, I mean, considering all of this drama, they may want to. But other than that, well, it's anybody's guess. If they want to, they'd have to prove intentional deception. Yeah. They're probably going to come to the conclusion that we are coming to right now. That he misrepresented his answer. It was wrong, incorrect, a lie. But then they're gonna leave off the intent, essentially. You guys remember when several Fed people, and they said it gave off the impression of insider trading, but then they didn't charge them for that? That's how they do it to them. So they're going to say it was a lie, probably, but then they're not going to, they're probably not going to, it'll just investigate and then not lead up to anything. Ta-da! That's how the Fed gets off of everything. White House says interim authorities in Venezuela have agreed to release political prisoners. WDC, IBM, they're coming up. And bros, dude. Trump will tour Ford factory tomorrow. Is she live right now? I'm going to say it's almost time for philosophers. Oh shit, you guys want a mullet contest at Pennsylvania Farm Show? Oh shit, they got the protest again? It's okay to be gay! Oh, okay. Why would this be on the list? They're on the list because they're going to be at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. So some of them already gave updates in the morning, or they're going to have a presentation at this healthcare conference. Trump, if Supreme Court rules against tariffs, we're screwed. Would have to pay back hundreds of billions of dollars. That's weird. The bonds didn't react to that. AIG? I mean, the insurance company? I don't know the price that it's at, but I mean, I don't know. AIG is not a bad company. I just don't know the price of where it's at. Put hundreds of billions, potentially trillions of repayment. Call it financially unmanageable for the country. So think about it. That's his first comment without him mentioning Pow Pow. That's the craziest part about all this. Trump hasn't said shit. He said national security would be a disaster, claiming the U.S. would be unable to unwind economic damage or compensate affected countries and companies. It's a very interesting. Usually this whole time he's been like, we have other options. I'm not worried. You know what? I looked. We're fucked. We're absolutely screwed. Do you know a Phillips screwdriver? That's that. We're done. What? I know. I tried to tell him. Alrighty. Well, Chad, On that note, it's my time. It's my time. Time to philosophize. Dexcom. So, Chad, we've had some good discussions today. Whether you avoided the truth or chased it. Whether you chased the stocks or avoided them. Whether you like the copper or whether you want to, or you like silver, you want to transfer to copper. But it's a great Monday, man. The market's taking everything well, even with the drama. We got a very big week ahead. You guys know we have CPI tomorrow, right? I don't know if you guys are aware of that. So we got a lot in store. I hope y'all ready. I hope y'all locked in. But now we're going to go to Philo. So I'm going to move the video. And if you'd like to join, feel free. If you don't want to join, I will ban you for joining and not wanting to be there and being insufferable. So make the most of it. Otherwise, I gave you that list there not too long ago. You got a lot of things to prepare for already, so you don't even need me. But you do need to be focused on what you want, baby. So I'll see you there. God bless America. And it should take you there, baby. It's free 99. You guys all know that. The chat is open, too. All of you could chat. I don't know. You know that? I had somebody complain to me about the chat. I said, dog, it's open. How are you mad? And you got what you want? What? Bye.